Hello, I am the Ronin Pawn, and welcome to a Twitch.tv and YouTube.com/Ronin Pawn live stream on Twitch and YouTube's.com/Ronin Pawn. Vaxus, what up, Ronin? Hey, I'm doing me. I'm doing my little skit at the beginning of every one of these things. I have a freak out because you suddenly saw me live on the. That's what I do. That's how we roll. How you doing? At 6:30 in the morning. Which is actually a major improvement, huh? Little golf clap, please, if I could have one. Thank you. Major improvement. I managed to keep myself asleep until 1 a.m. today. Just for you, baby. Stayed in bed for you. Yeah, I managed to keep myself asleep until 1 a.m., which means that, you know, we can start these things a little bit later, and then, you know, maybe by the next one, I'm waking up at 2 or 3 a.m. and, you know, eventually I'll be on old people time and it'll be good. Let's go. We love healthy sleeping. Yeah. I'm working toward it anyway. I'm getting around to non-vampiric kind of stuff. Stayed up until like 4 p.m. yesterday. 4 to 1. I woke up. When you're trying to like get your sleep schedule back to be like normal and real, is this just my experience or everyone's? It like tries to buck you. There is an effort. There is a force working against you. I woke up after 3 hours of sleep. Oh goodness. Hang on. Thank you, good lords. We've got Kerbal. We've got movie sign. You know what? I can't live with the camera being that off target for the entire live stream. A little bit is fine. That's too much. So it needs to go, I don't know which direction. I'm just going to start spinning it. Perfect. Within the margin that we can refer to as perfection. But yeah, I you know, fell asleep at like 4, maybe even 4:30 p.m. Woke up at 7 p.m. Use the bathroom, lay back down. I'm like awake and in my head, lots of stuff processing, ideas kicking around for an hour and a half. Is this just me, or is this how it do for everybody? Welcome to Kerbal Space Program. We're playing it, so that's a thing to know. Before we start playing it, if you wouldn't mind entertaining me for just a moment, I've been working on my little music player that I'm calling PyAmp, and I'd like to share with you the latest little update here. F6 works even in the menu. So join me over here in the coding space, by which I mean my goddamn desktop. I'd like to share with you the latest update to PyAmp. You've seen my streamer convenience buttons and whatnot, but now I have a marquee effect that I wrote up yesterday. Wrote up last night, actually, yeah. It's kind of what helped keep me awake for a little while there. So this is my program PyAmp that I've been writing in Python using tk-enter, but using the library I wrote called GUIable that makes tk-enter look not like shit. It allows you to make your application look like anything whatsoever, as long as you don't want to resize it. But we're going to get to that problem. Going to get to resizability at some point in the project. For now, I'm just focusing on static programs. So this is PyAmp. It's obviously modeled to be a Winamp clone. If you're familiar with the old, you know, it really kicks the llama's ass Winamp thing, then you might be familiar with this. So I can show you by playing 720 by Diamond Ortiz that just turn that down a little bit. That when the track information here is short enough to fit in the space, nothing happens. However, if we were to play Kevin MacLeod's Back Bay Line, in fact, if we were to play some more Good Lauds, which is what we use for the opening, let's look at the Evidence song by the Good Lauds. Notice that it doesn't fit in the space. And now we've got what's called a marquee scroll. Whipped up this little animation, this little override for the label class that I've written for, handling text yesterday. And, it was a little bit of a fight, to be honest with you. Whenever you set up a little animation stepping process, especially within TK Enter, there's just so many little edge cases. You're like flipping, am I supposed to add this or subtract this? Should these values be like that kind of a thing? The math isn't that hard, but it's always just a little bit tricky. It took me a couple of hours. I would say probably 3 or 4 hours just to come to these two little functions in the class that I'd love to share with you. But yeah, that's all that does. And I've still got these buttons where this is the fade in button. Brings us to 100%. The fade under brings us down to 20% so that I can talk over it. Hello, I am the Ronan Paul. These are my live stream convenience buttons. And then we've got fade out. I'll fade it in first. And then, for the sake of an outro, you click it and it takes like 5 seconds to fade that thing all the way under. And then, of course, we've got the usual things, pause and stop and play, and I can grab it and seek and move to another portion of the song. Just wanted to share that with you, this little marquee effect, which is enabled by, this is all the code that needed to be added for it, because I'm just extending a class that I'd already written in GUIable, my label class. I've got an animate function that I added to it, and an animation step function. And that's all the code that is needed to enable that marquee to slide back and forth. With some adjustable parameters. You've got the pixel delta, which is per second. So how many pixels of movement do we want to do per second? We're doing 16 pixels per second at a frame rate of 32 frames per second. This is particularly why are these numbers? Why are you picking these numbers? Windows, and I don't know if this is the same for other operating systems, but Windows interacts with TK Enter's waiting and sleeping and sort of threading system very well at 65 frames per second, better than at 60 frames per second, better than at 70 frames per second. 65 is a magic number for TK Enter, so the closest I can get to that to be in a, divisible kind of an area of that is to say 16 pixels, 32 frames, and it'll actually happen at a rate of 16 frames per second, but it will be considered at a rate of 32 frames per second, which gives it a smoother, it looks better. You can also change the delay with which we sit on a, unmoving thing. When it needs to move, it sits there for 3 seconds, 3,000 milliseconds, so 3 seconds, and then starts moving. When it gets to the end, it sits there for 3 seconds and turns back around. And, yeah, simple as this, but, took several hours to come to it. And I was working from, I was even working from, another animation system that I'd written in GUIable and sort of pulling the stuff. And it's always like a little tinkering thing whenever you're doing these kind of, whenever you're doing some kind of animation. There's some tricky algebra involved, but not that tricky. But we're essentially doing a delta time system. If you're familiar with that concept, delta time in game engines and stuff means that even if there's lag, okay, maybe the last time that you saw the thing it was on the right side of the screen. If your computer suddenly lagged for a second, it was supposed to be moving to the left. When you see it next, when the lag drops, it's going to be in the correct place where it should be according to time, not where it would be in terms of the next piece of movement. So doing a little delta time system here, packing a whole bunch of variables into one array, or in Python a list, and just send them across. And I'm proud of these things. I'm proud of my little programs and like to share them with you. Back over to not here, get away from me. Over here is where you want to be. Back in Kerbal Space Program, let's get some audio going, and let's get into Sandbox Plus is what we've been playing. So, at the end of last Kerbal Day... Kerbal's Day? What day is it? Is it a Sunday or it's got to be a Thursday, right? It's a Sunday. It's a Sunday, is what it is. Of course it is. I knew that. At the end of our last live stream, what we had done, our last mission of the day, was to head out to the moon, and we went equatorial on it. We went equatorial on that. No, we went polar on that motherfucker is what we did. The Polar Moon Express Mark II. This is what we did right here. We gave ourselves a polar satellite in orbit of the moon. In particular, is there to take pictures of us? Pictures of us? Yeah. Randy pictures in the nude, in the buff. It's here to take pictures for us, not of us. Thank you very much. Here to take material survey as well as visual survey of the moon. Multispectral scanner there from ScanSat. In fact, here's all the ScanSat systems up here. If we pull out the big map, we'll see that we were quite successful, in fact, in getting low-vis and multi at about 99.5, and then because apparently the stock systems in Kerbal Space Program are integrated into ScanSat, but they are left to work in a stupid way, in the way that Squad designed it, so we've got a fully high-resolution resource map, which we weren't supposed to get. According to the description of this part of the M700, whatever it is, the M700 survey scanner, it's supposed to give a low detail resource map. And in fact, if we were to turn it on and play, well, it's hard to zoom out on a moon, isn't it? And increase the cutoff, you would see that the higher the cutoff value, you just see how fuzzy that is, right? If I go out to map mode and we look at it, see how fuzzy that data looks. Yes? Yes, do you agree? Yes, yes. Good. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back in here, I'm going to turn that overlay off, we're going to go right back into the ScanSat thing, and we're going to, using the overlay controller, enable OR, which is set to 8.4% here, is that right? Yeah, we've got our map here. Go back out to the map, and look at how fine-edged and detailed that is. Incidentally, are these showing the opposite values? What in the fuck? What in the fuck, exactly? Because this looks like, look at, okay, it's going around like that. You know, the sickle and the hammer of the USSR. I see it. If I go in here and I turn you back on, toggle your overlay, and we go back out. No, it's the same, but it's that much less detailed. Look at it, it's including like this big area here and all that kind of thing. When we turn that back off, toggle your overlay, and toggle this overlay. There's very specific areas in here where the highest amount of ore concentration is. At 9.8, everything disappears, is how I'm reading this. So, yeah. We got readings back from it, but the readings are a little bit weirder than I would have thought. We also have a biome map. We have a spot that the satellite hasn't managed to catch in the daylight as of yet. Yeah, we've got the biome map made and terrain map. I don't know. Do we have that? Does that do anything? Doesn't look like that does anything. I think I can see the terrain. It's the moon is already kind of a terrain map of itself. Where it's dark, it's lower. Grayscale and all that. The biome map is interesting though. Really pick out a bunch of sights to see at the moon. Especially if you wanted to get like, this would probably be a good place to land, would be like right about here. Because then you could go down here and you could get Midlands, Lowlands, and the Twin Craters. But then you could also grab the Highlands and dip into some Midland Craters. That'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 biomes in a single landing. What about over here? You'd get the Northwest Crater, you get the Lowlands, you could get the Midlands, you could get the Midland Craters, and you could get... that is also Lowlands. This is also Lowlands. Midlands, Midlands, Lowlands, Midlands. Huh. That doesn't look like that should be Lowlands. But, okay. So yeah, there are some unique places where you could hit 5. I'm just wondering if there's somewhere you could land to get like 6 at once. Look at this. We got Lowlands. We got the Farside Basin. We've got Midland Craters. They're not really close enough. Here, if you were to land here, Farside Basin, Lowlands, Midlands, Midland Craters. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Doesn't quite match the 5 we can get. 5 is pretty good, apparently, on the moon. So, a Twin Craters landing is probably in our future. It will take some getting around to get all of those. Like, from here to here is a pretty large distance to span. Definitely want some kind of hopper or buggy or something in order to do that. But, you could do that. Anyway, that's what we did on the last exciting episode of Ronan Pawn Plays Kerbal Space Program for the 1000th time, but is this time enjoying it because he's not subject to Gene Kerman's bad ideas. So, not being subject to Gene Kerman's bad ideas, my latest idea for a mission is to go back to the moon. I think the moon is our main target at this point. We have waited the 14 days necessary before we do another launch, according to my headcanon world rules I set up. My next idea would be to go right back to the moon, this time with Kerbals. Not for a landing, though. We've never sent a Kerbal to the moon before. I think we should send some Kerbals up to orbit the moon. And I think the idea would be, we send the Kerbals up to orbit the moon, and to leave a small space station, the beginnings of a space station, a laboratory, really, in orbit of the moon. So my idea is to bring a pilot, engineer, scientist, and then leave the scientist behind with a mobile lab. And they have to have, like, quarters to sleep in. And, you know, generation and stuff like that. But I'm thinking just a simple little lunar orbit lab left in low orbit of the moon. I think the labs are more effective if they're further away from things, right? Isn't that something with the labs? Hello, Stormhawk, by the way. With the mobile lab, isn't it something where it's like, if you were to take data from Kerbal and research it in a lab that's on the surface of Duna, then you'd get a whole lot of points for that. And you would get less points if it's in high orbit of Duna, because high orbit of Duna is technically closer to Kerbal, I think, is the idea. I don't know if it actually works that way, but I think that's been a better thing would be to stay in system and say, if we have a laboratory in low orbit of the moon, and we gather data from the surface of the moon and then put it up into the laboratory that's in low orbit, I think you get more science points generated if it were in high orbit. But I don't know that that's the case, and certainly nothing in the game Kerbal Space Program actually gives you the information that you need, because it's so well designed. But this is my idea anyway. So, you know, we can jump into it. Apollo 8, that's the mission that I'm running ostensibly. Send some live people to orbit the moon. Don't try and land on it. Just take a look. Get familiar with the process, because we will be back for a landing someday. So desu ne. do I have, number one, let's establish, like, do I actually have the mobile processing lab unlocked? And I do. So the mobile processing lab has a crew capacity of 2, which means that the pilot can steer and our other 2 Kerbals can be in the lab, and I don't need any extra seating. However, I said I wanted my my Kerbal to have, you know, a bedroom, and I like the little onions and stuff like that for bedrooms. Yeah. Apollo 8 didn't leave a space station behind, but it would have been cool to have a lunar skylab in real life, right? You know, in my head I thought about doing, like, you know, we put one around Kerbin first, right? Because, I mean, why are you going to do it around the moon first? Shouldn't you have one around Kerbin? It's like, the realities of Kerbal Space Program are that there's no incentive to make a base around Kerbin. A space station around Kerbin, certainly in the early game, there's no... What's the benefit of that? Why would you... Like, I'm going to put a lab around... like, I'm going to make an ISS around the K... No, it makes more sense to make your first ISS at the moon, where you can actually make some, you know, some science money. So this would be, you know, my idea would be something like this. Something like this. And we would obviously put it under a fairing. It would need electricity and generation and stuff, so let's play a little bit around with that. Let's say I give you the biggest I've got. Do I have a 400? 1,000 is the biggest battery bank I've got? Really? Okay. I don't have the 4,000 is what I was thinking of, actually. Oh, okay. Photovoltaic panels? Yeah. So I guess this is all going to go under a fairing pretty immediately. Fairing payload. Not that one, but probably that one? Indeed, that one. Over to you. And then something like that. So that we can put it underneath. You will need to have interstage nodes. So that when I go to put something else here, I can do like that. Yeah. So we've got a battery there. We imagine this thing, you know, being out in space. Is there only ever going to be one lonely-ass sumbitch on this... on this space station? That sounds horrific. We might want 2 bunks there. What's up from the onion? The P, which has... it sleeps 2 at least. I think that might be a better way to go. Put the pomegranate in. Pomegranate sleeps 3. If they're all the same size, they're different masses is the thing, but they're all the same size, which makes so much sense, doesn't it? Same size, same shape, somehow significantly heavier. Despite occupying the same amount of space. This is probably what we'd want. We've got, you know, crew cabin for 3. We can... it doesn't hold monoprop either, huh? It's got an ablator on it. We don't need that. You wouldn't be coming back. It stores some electric charge itself, so that's handy, I suppose. Toggle flag. Ah, yes, alright. There's... What I know I'll be disappointed in. I would love to be able to move through this. And I wonder if I'll be able to. We've got, you know, a mod installed that's supposed to allow us to do such a thing. But I feel like if they're not directly connected to one another, then we're probably not going to be allowed. Which is why I'm doing this, and even here I doubt we'll be allowed. Let me slap. I want to find out. I've been disappointed since I used this free IVA mod that every time that I put something together, there's no, like, ability for a Kerbal to pass through into the next room, which they're supposed to be, and it just feels like, surely the people who made this mod, you know, adapted some things and decided, well, we'll put a little corridor in there in order to allow you to transfer through, since in Kerbal you're not going to just be making things that directly connect to each other. And it seems as though, no, they didn't. They didn't actually do that. So let's find out once and for all whether they did or they didn't. Where's, that's what I'm looking for, is user. Let's have two of you, like so. And Kerbal? Bill, get in there. In the mobile processing lab? Sure. And let's launch it. Vessel has no remote controlled or man command modules. It won't be controllable. That's fine. We just want to see if he can move through it one way or another. This free IVA mod, it also recommended that I install a bunch of other mods when I installed it, and I installed at least one of them that seemed like, okay, yeah, but I didn't necessarily all of them. Oh, are you not going to be able to get... You're not... Bill, you're not going to be able to get up in there, are you? If I pop in. Oh, well, there's a ladder. Maybe then. Wait, no. Bill? Bill? Thank you. Yeah, we unbuckle. Thank you. And then... Is the ladder not real? Not exit, it says. Not exit, it says. The ladder seems to be a lie. Jump. I'm looking at the controls now. Toggle gravity left Alt G. Gravity is disabled. Ah, left shift, there we go. So that's a way in and out of the vehicle. And then up here, not an exit. I saw there's video on YouTube of people being able to move through various vessels, and I'm just like, am I fucking insane? Have I just managed to put everything that I've ever put together in a way that I just can't do it, or are there more mods that I need to install in order to be able to move between two things? Because this is stupid. So, revert flight to vehicle assembly cannot transfer through fairings. 2.5 meter monoprop tank has an option to make it so you can pass through. It's looking like this mod is, needs some work, you know? Like, if you haven't handled these scenarios, then you just haven't thought it through, have you? Let's try this one, then. And see if it suddenly opens up so that I can pass through it into there. Do we still have a Bill Kerman on there? We do. Launch it. Don't worry about it. And not being able to pass through a fairing, like, how often are you going to have to, in Kerbal Space Program, in this game, put a piece under a fairing in order to get it to space when we're talking about, you know, building a space station? Like, this is going to be common every day. Like, 60% or more of the time you're going to have to do this. If free IVA can't handle it, then free IVA isn't doing the job. Why? Do we have... Nope, alright, Alt-G. Take this off, and let's see. Still says not an exit. Let's see. Yeah, it's just not an exit. So there's no exit between the mobile labs either. I think I've got free IVA and re-IVA, or like there was another one that I remember that starts with an R that they said you should really install this too, and I did, but I feel like there were like 6 things that they recommended, and I'm like, I'm just trying to get some basic functionality here. So am I supposed to be able to transfer from the mobile lab into a compartment here? 'Cause I can't. And I remember reading in the forum that they're like, this is the product of years of work, and it's like, really? Did you guys work for Squad? Did you? They also spent a really long time getting to a place that makes you go, this is it? Really, just this then? Okay. I don't wanna, I hate to insult the modders, but come the fuck on, guys. You know, I got a lot more respect for anybody who's modded this game to be more than I do for Squad. Revert to vehicle assembly. It might look weird, but is there a way to attach the pod to the lab via the pod's hatch on the side? Yeah, that would look weird. And how would we fly that up? And wouldn't we have to, like, put some docking ports in line? And then would the docking ports allow or something? Let's test that. As long as we're doing the testing. Because it sure looks like an exit from here, doesn't it? Let's try throwing some docking ports on. Coupling. Sort by mass. Apparently not a junior. Regular. Don't. Nope, none of that. There. What if like this? Does free IVA work with docking ports to create passages or something? Maybe that's the magic, you know, the secret that unlocks things to stop being not an exit and to actually be an exit. Let's give this a try. Bill, you're still in there? Put this out on the pad. Maybe it's the magic sauce. The bottom of the pod is unpassable. I mean, I just want the top of the pod to be passable. Just one side. I can't imagine that both sides need to be open for one side to be open. That wouldn't make any sense. Alt G, gravity back off. Aha! Aha! Look at this! Now that I've put an airlock on it, we can do this. And we can do this. What? Almost. Very nearly something. Very near. The mod almost works. Look at this. It almost. What? So. What am I looking at? So that's an improvement. We figured something out. I was able to create some passageways, but then there's this, and I don't get it. The onion pod has a plate on the bottom that you won't be able to pass through no matter what. What is the point of this mod? Who's in charge of this? Who decided we're done now? That's ridiculous. Obviously, the pod is accessible from the point at which it would be accessible. It's the only... Where's the entrance, then? Where do we come into the pod, then? We go outside the vessel and come in from the other door? This is fucking ridiculous. This is sorry. This is a sorry state of a mod. A sorry-ass state of a mod right here, let me tell you. Let's try another one. See, now that was... So, you're saying the onion, I was actually using the pomegranate, so you mean all of them. all of these modules will not be accessible for reasons that are... somebody decided to call it a day before they should have. It's sad. It's sad when the modders, like, are inspired by Squad's incompetence, and just call it a day and go home. You know, nothing else here looks like a bedroom, kind of a thing. Let's just confirm that the, you know, maybe it's an oversight on the pomegranate, but they did do it on the onion or something. Let's give that a try. Despite what you said in chat, Stormhawk, I'm trying to try. How do we know? All three have that, says Stormhawk. That's... I just, like... It makes you go... How incredibly over-specific are the few connections that work in this mod? If that's the case. Yeah. Good-looking space station, says Mephistopheles. Yeah, you like my, netting holding bales of cotton? That's pretty... How you doing, Mephistopheles? We're just being disappointed in even the modders for Kerbal Space Program today. That's a really sad thing, when the modders let you down. Yeah, apparently we can't pass into the three, you know, stock parts of stock pieces of the, you know, the standard kit here. These three, we just can't pass into any of them, in the free IVA thing. And so, what would be a room? What would qualify as a room otherwise? I'd just like to see that anything here works. Because we still haven't, like, gotten anything other than that. Oh, look, these seem to work. The docking ports themselves seem to minimally function. Okay. How about sort by mass? Jesus Christ. It's this one, the Mark II lander can. I always like, taking the sides off of the lander can. Let's see if we can get in and out of the lander can from the bottom. The bottom definitely has an entrance and access point kind of thing. Let's try this one. Not that we could have this be the space... I don't think that this makes sense as the space station. It would just be like, the whole point of the goddamn mod is to solve this so that you can have interiors and move about them, and then, by the way, out of like the 15 different pods that are in the stock game, 3 of them... I'm back in the US, so doing terribly, says Mephistopheles. Welcome home. Watch out for the stormtroopers and the orange man, and I don't know. How's the racism in Japan? We've got a lot of it here. maybe. Ah, yes, I can smell the intolerance. Ah, good to be home. Maybe that's. Okay, once more onto the breach. This also does not. I guess it makes sense, because in space there's no up, but being on the surface of Kerbin, it makes me feel like gravity should work a different way. This isn't looking good. This is looking familiar. This is looking like there's going to be another hatch-blocking, fucking, cock-socking, dick-rocking... Fuck. What the fuck, man? Are you kidding me? Different flavor of racism in Japan. Listen, Gaijin. Gaijin. Japan can be pretty racist, but they're all cowards, so they almost always save it for online when they can do it anonymously. Sounds plausible. Sounds, you know, there's a certain I mean, at least from, you know, my experience in South Korea, there's a certain, like, formality and politeness that is sort of required. I remember my senior student as a monk was trying to get milk for her coffee. She wanted to put milk in her coffee in South Korea, and she just had to give up. The woman behind the counter I think it wasn't that she didn't understand that she wanted milk, and I don't think it's that they didn't have milk. I think it's that we don't do that here. I think it was a matter of politely, that's not allowed in this country. We don't put milk in our coffee, so you're just gonna have to deal with it. Try attaching the lander can upside down. Oh good. One entrance, even though two are shown on the vessel. I mean, this is sad. This is might as well uninstall the mod levels of sad. Try it like this. Because, I mean, what's it doing for you? Like, how often are you going to be in the infinitesimally small magic zone where you're putting together the few parts that are actually supported in exactly the way that they are supported in order to create passageways so you can have an interior experience in Kerbal Space Program? What's the point? What is the point of the mod at this point? Is definitely something that the folks who worked on this would want to ask themselves. What have we done? What have we put all of our effort into if we're going to walk away when we've got all of the systems working? We just need to make sure that the 3D models and there's passage that let through and stuff like that. What do we need to do in order to make sure that we're... Okay, one entrance on one side of the thing has allowed me through, and I can now get into here. Good God. Big old hatch in your way, though. Like, we went to all of the work. You can grab things off the wall and play with them. We got all the physics here. We just need to make sure that the interior 3D models are adjusted in a certain way so that you can pass through them, but we haven't done it. We went home early. Alright, we found one way in which 4 of the parts that we've tested goes together to support to make this mod actually function. This is pretty bad. This is a why did you bother kind of a thing. So there's a seat there, there's a seat there. This is interesting. How many seats we got? There's a seat here and a seat here, and yet this thing only supports 2 Kerbals. Right? You're only allowed... There's a seat here. Can't sit in this seat. Can sit in this... Wait, what? Okay. There's seating for 5, but the part only allows for 2 to man this thing at any given time. Some definite, like, oddities here. Alright, well, at least we found a way that these things go together. 1 out of... Literally, the onion, the pea, the pomegranate, none of those work. 3. And then this thing doesn't work unless you put it upside down. There's only 1 entrance that actually functions in it. So, 1 for 5 at this point. I think I should probably assume that the command pods would also have to be upside down or something. Like, that's the thing, is, like, I would have to sit here and test each one of these one after the other. Like, probably, Yeah, there's only an entrance shown there, so probably like that. It's very disappointing because obviously the way to go for our space station is to use something like this and put it through a fairing. So we just have to ignore this whole free IVA system. It's just a funny thing that you can pop in, move your Kerbal around a little bit, grab a magazine off the wall or something, and that's really all it does. Transfer between parts is not ready for prime time. A very squad-esque effort has been made. Just to say, not much of an effort. So, that does give me the freedom to design without considering pass-through, because it only exists in our head even when we've got a mod that's supposed to make it exist elsewhere. What can I do? Maybe I can, in my head at least, handle some of the pass-through here better. So having a thousand guy like that is less appropriate, really, than to do something like this. It's 1600 charge. However, I think it'd probably be better if we put them off, like this. Alright, well, I'll just fix it once we get it in place with an absolute snap. Are we absolute? We're not. Now we are. And then there's a snap for you. Except for you, still definitely not in the place. Maybe I can attach this differently so that it actually grabs these things in a way that works. No, I can't. That might be right. Yeah, that looks plausible. I just didn't want it blocking, like, entrance and access points, or looking like it blocks access and entrance points and stuff like that. I think that's okay. So that gives us our electric charge. Then we need electric production, and we might go ahead and actually use packed guys here. We've also got the big boys. Wow. How much electricity consumption do we get out of the mobile processing lab here? Does it tell me when the lab is running what it requires in electricity? And the answer is, you're in Kerbal Space Program. Why would we tell you what you need to know in the game? Go to the fucking Wikipedia. Okay. As usual. What are these? These look massive. Oh. They're just those guys, but packed in a way that you can repack them for, like, we wouldn't need that. This is just going to be deployed once we're out here. Let's see you guys. I know you're rather large. That would be okay, except for that you need to be attached to, you know, under the fairing. Alright, well, I'll force it. Because we all know what this game is like. Is this the door? I think this is the door, right? Yeah, that's the entrance and exit. From interior, exterior. We could also go so far as to consider like airlock type stuff and where should they enter and exit. Like we could go full hog on this instead of just keeping it ultra simple. I like ultra simple too. Show me structural. Give me a structural tube. Appearances matter. You know, what's it look like? How's it feel? Is there any reason for this to be, you know, sort of extended off of the other? Kinda. Doesn't need to be much extended off the other, though, but you could now have a place to actually attach these. Yeah. And then these could be transferred. We could get some new ones, rather. Electrical view. And then 4 of you could be like there instead. That looks fine. And then we could add some Pegasus mobility enhancers. What? Ladders. Oh. Which are under utility, right? Pegasus mobility enhancer. Just like for grabbing. Just for grabbing on either side of the craft, you know. Not necessarily to get you up into the pod, just to hook onto or something. I don't know, because it seems like it ought to be there. So there's that. That's a simple space station. If we were to consider, like, we do need to be able to dock and stuff, right? So we will need an attachment point or a docking port. So it's it's been too long for me. It's coupling. I haven't done that much building in this nightmare. So the lab has 2 hatches that docking ports can connect directly to. These guys? The problem is the thing has to go up. You know, it's a rocket. So you start putting docking ports on the sides of things, and it's fine for them to be there, but like then we would have to assemble it, break it down and assemble it in space. I'm not trying to do a complex build in space with a tow truck pushing things around at this point for our space station. I'm just trying to get us, you know, a simple scientific outpost. And right now, what I'm thinking about is, you know, trying to have like a docking chamber, you know, making our own sort of something that, at least in our heads, we can believe that you dock here, we pressurize, that sort of a thing. Isn't there a inflatable one in the game? If not in the game, then one of the mods probably brings it in or something like that. I swear I've seen, like, there's an inflatable... Where would it be, though? Would it be under coupling? I would think utility. Inflatable docking port may not be unlocked yet. It would be here? And by the way, 0.625. That's a tiny little thing. That's just for Kerbals coming and going, huh? Well, let's find out, you know, where it exists in the tech tree anyway, even though we probably can't afford it. We probably have to, you know, it's probably in the 500 tier, not the 300 tier. We can't afford one more. So this would be, Moon Station Archimedes. I don't know. What? Why Moon Station Archimedes? The MSA. Obviously. Sometimes you just let the words come to you and you click save after adding a Mark 1 to them. And you back out and you head over to the R&D and see where the inflatable docking port has gotten off to. So first we check, is it a landing gear? It isn't landing gear? Huh. Advanced metalworks, is it made of metal? Inflatable airlock. We can get it. We can get this inflatable airlock anyway. When trying to dock, and that last small distance is just too far, this adapter, with patented extendo-matic subsystems for extra portability, will fill the gap, not to be used as an accordion. We can unlock this. We've also got large volume containers with a decoupler, and then we've got nuclear. Hey, why are we getting science if not to unlock things when we need them? Boom. Inflatable airlock. Purchased into. Let's see what this is, what it looks like, how it works. I don't think I've ever used the inflatable airlock before. Sort by mass. Is it massive? It's 0.1 tons. It's not that bad. So then this would be something like that. And is there a thing? Ah, open the airlock is not really the words that should describe that. Open the airlock? Oh, I think what this does is this inflates everything. No, it meant what it said this time! I like that. And so it gives us the small docking port. Is that... it's the junior? If I close the airlock... Is that the small? That's the regular size, isn't it? I get the clampetron right here. Looks like a normal size docking port to me. Can I attach, or is this only for people to come aboard? This is only for people to be able to come aboard. I got that right. That seems to be the case. Unless it has to be opened for it to then have a port to attach to. Nope. Okay. So this is just for people to come aboard from outside. Is how I'm going to interpret what I seem to be seeing. And despite that being apparently a valid attachment point, pretty sure that doesn't do it. Okay. So then we still have like a regular docking structure that also provides this, maybe. Because I like that. I like, you know, playing a little bit in our heads and saying we can't just have people coming aboard from grabbing a ladder and then even though we surely will do it exactly that way in the long run. Back over to structural, back over to a tube. And then imagine we lengthen that a little bit more. I could also go for the correct size tube. Be like that. But I'd still have to have another a port to cover it and stuff. So this would be it'd probably be something like that, really. And it's 0.1 tons, we can probably balance that out on the other side, weight-wise, and then down here would be like a conventional docking port. It would be even better if, in addition to the conventional docking port, we could have a docking port junior on it as well. But with extensions, like the docking port junior is how much? It's 0.05 tons. If we can add another 0.05 tons even with like a robotics part, we consider this for refueling or something like that. 0.052. Very close to what we'd have in mind. You would be buried, however. This is also a thing where it's like, oh, I'm glad they have extendable things in the game, but they don't have one that's like, by default, it's contracted and there's an interior or something like that. It's just, you have to embed. Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't like the look of it. Didn't mean to rip it off either. Meant to take you off and set you aside. And then you get the massive mofo. Which wouldn't even be able to be put on the interior. I guess a much simpler solution would be to just slap one of these guys down on it. Attach you to that. Like slap a number of them on it, in fact. In fact, probably just the two, and then you. Something like that. Another idea to make it look better than this, and so that we could, if I make it look this other way that I'm thinking, then we're allowed to have Kerbals pass through it from another ship as well. And that would be just to grab the old LFO, the liquid fuel only, no oxidizer fuselage here. Put it like so. Empty it of its fuel. By the way, what do you weigh? 0.275 when you're heavy. Drop it. And then you've got, you know, a main port for connecting a ship to. You've got, you know, a smaller port for connecting a smaller ship to, or parking something, or that sort of, I don't know. And then you've also got the airlock here for bringing Kerbals aboard without, you know, violating reality. Even the fact that we have the inflatable airlock now seems like we really don't need it, because it's the same as this port, and we've got this chamber, and this chamber kind of takes care of the idea of there being an airlock, you know? This airlock can attach to the side of the command pod. What's reality ever done for us, says Stormhawk? Attached to the side of the command pod? Up here? Just, there you go. It's an awkward wait to have to make conform. At this point, I would call this the Duck, Moon Station Quackers. if I did something like that. It looks kind of cool. I don't hate it. It does block one of the easily accessible points, but it doesn't matter. We've got here and here if we actually had to use one of those. But this one can just attach anywhere then, I would imagine. It can just attach anywhere. And then a Kerbal is allowed to come aboard. Never mind, take it away. Vickless of Borg says that's some sort of Pokemon if I've ever seen one. It looked pretty, but I don't know. So we've got crew access, we've got, you know, small port ship access, we've got large port ship access. The hell else do you want from me, people? and it goes with a theory or something like that. So there will be a weight imbalance here. Currently, you are 0.1 tons. I'm almost certain of that. Back over to coupling. 0.1 tons. What is the weight of this thing all by its lonesome? What are you doing? This. What is the weight of that? Let's take you off, and let's 6.212 when it's empty. There's no liquid fuel in it. 6.212, 6.187. Which I know, of course, is 0.025 tons. I think that's 0.025 tons. Plus the weight of you, which was what? 0.02. So it's 0.045. So we're 0.055 tons short of balancing the load, so to speak. Or exactly to speak. 0.055 tons is a fair bit of tonnage, honestly. This thing is heavy. You're painful. Oh, look, there's different variants. Hey. Fancy. Let's keep your balls tucked, though. Okay? Let's just keep those balls tucked up there where they need to be. Yeah, that's better. 0.055 tons. Let's talk to me about electrical generation. Electrical 0.09, 0.05 gets us very nearly there. Could also have a fuel cell to burn LFO. That seems like a great idea in the long run. One of these, just boom. But you know what I'm thinking, which is... Do you know what I'm thinking? You let me know what it is I'm thinking. What about this? We need 0.055, right? So, 2 of these... Don't take me seriously. And then 3 of these. 0.055 tons. Boom. Perfect. who could ask for anything more? Wait though. But wait. And then there was one. 'Cause the two of you, like that, and then this gets us up to 0.05, and then we just need an extra 0.05 tons. That's the slight problem is it looks goddamned ridiculous, but other than that, perfect. Maybe there's something else. I got some cameras and stuff. 0.5 tons for a giant camera. Look at this camera. Look at this camera. What is the use of this camera? This is a ridiculous camera. It's a camera. Look at it. Look at it. It's the size of 2 Kerbals. It's just a camera. Communications, comms. 0.05 tons. Okay, we needed 0.055 tons on this side of things. I get rid of all y'all bitches. All y'all hoes. And I managed to sneak one of these on somehow. Somehow, though. But it's the problem with this is it's a very dangerous location to have your comms unit. So that's going to be my problem with that. Is that even if I could figure out a way to put it in, we're going to be pulling ships up here, and you want your comms like what, right next to where you got things bumping into each other? That seems like maybe don't do that, is what I'm thinking. What if you didn't, though? Huh? What if not? Still, 0.015 tons. Okay. Plus, if we were trying to get a 5.5, then we just need 0.03 tons after this, and we'll have a balance. And this is, you know, far less dangerous to have that little tucked in there. Very solid, rigid little dude there. Even out here. Or even like that. You know, it tucks is the important part. And we know that our comms is pretty okay. For the moon. We don't have to worry about comms. It can be that small. It's 0.015. And then again, going back to electricity and considering our options. 0.03 tons would be the exact amount we're looking for. Which we could get to in a little bit of a hacky, spammy, nasty kind of way. I mean, I'm already embedding a liquid fuel tank. Seriously, though? Into the interior, so we do have to sort of just say whatever about some of this stuff. Always looking for, like, you know, something perfect, something that just fits needs exactly. Hey, we could put a thermal control system on the thing. 0.05, we were looking for 0.055 tons. One of these does the job. Again, pretty horrible place to be putting one of these, though. However, this guy, the radiator panel large, okay, yeah, still that's not gonna work for us. Damn. I don't know. This thing is almost like arguing to not use it. We just spent 300 science on bringing it, on getting it here, And it's certainly like trying to convince me, yeah, maybe don't. Maybe just throw it away. What if you just discarded it? 0.03 tons is exactly what we need, actually. Unfortunately, that is always going to be the problem. Right there. Yeah, that's no solution either. And I don't want to just throw things on to add weight that have no value to us either. So... he says, and then I'm immediately thinking about, what if I put like a light on a servo and just spun it around like we rotored it? 0.058 is like nearly the exact weight that we're looking for. It would get us very close. We move the you know, antenna somewhere else, and then we just have a rotating light. Try and justify the weight imbalance. Structural things are, you know, very, very low weight, actually. Get in here and look at them. Tempting, isn't it? What if you, instead of that, I mean... this was only 0.025. This will be 0.05. It will need an attachment point for it. Which we could do with a radial, which will add 0.04. This is just nightmarishly excessive. And then it doesn't even fit underneath here anymore. You'd have to do, like, yeah, deep in there. That's unjustifiably insane. In the membrane. The other way, however, that it could be done is like that, and then you put this one on there, and you put the little one on the end. Trying to justify, like, I hate adding weight for no reason, you know? I mean, we need it to balance things out, but, like, if we're trying to balance, it's gotta have a purpose, you know? Just slap, we'll throw an extra half a ton on the side of this thing and just empty, useless, who gives a damn parts. Do tell me, just out of curiosity, what does the full-size Clampetron weigh? It weighs 0.05 tons. So this plus this would actually equal, like, I'm going to show you now what would work in theory. Would be, except that I have nothing to attach it to. So we would need to just create an attachment point with sorted by mass. There we go. With one of these. And then we attach you to that, and then I'd put you on that, and we embed, and it has to be able to fit, like, tuck underneath, for the sake of, like, transit. So it would be like something like that. I'm offline, off the correct line, which is more like these. But we have to tuck underneath a fairing. So that would probably allow it to tuck underneath a fairing. And then you got the big you know, the big one kind of pulls up in a way that it's just, it bothers me. Because you get your big ship pulling up and trying to dock up in a way that's like, it's coming in, it's not how you would design it. It is not how you would design it. Could you add the comms antenna on the side of the science module? That would balance it along its launch axis, right? It would still be off axis, but you know, it's not, it would be better. I mean, it would be on axis, you're right. I don't mean to say the thing that I don't mean. But yeah, some vertical discrepancy is acceptable. Acceptable. And then probably centered. In fact, is there a snap point? There is. Snap to there, and then if you got that same snap point that you have, snap to there. Just as long as everything tucks underneath the fairing that I'm imagining. And so then we get rid of this. It's a good idea. Viklas. We go back over to the comms. We grab this guy, who's 0.05. And then we, you know, attach it somewheres on this side of things low. I don't love that it's through the ladders, but meh. Also, that can be resolved. Well, I could just spin the whole thing a little bit off axis. Yeah. So if I grab this, and I took you, and then I said, you're the new root part, and then I grabbed this and just went like, something like that. It's a little bit weird going up. The flag marks the center. And then we can have this here. When we extend, it extends like that. Go back there. We want it the other way. I think we might want it the other way. If other ships are gonna park there... Yeah, especially if one's gonna park here, then we would probably want to transmit in the other direction. Lundale? Yeah, I thought you did that. I didn't... Who told you to do that? Wasn't me. Flip around. Track the antenna. That should be okay. So we've got 0.1 tons over here, and then this is 0.025, and then this is, what was it? 0.02. And then we add in 0.05, right? Was the comms? So we're 0.005 short at this point. That way you can beam the station's Wi-Fi directly to the visiting ship. I guess it's, you know, 6G or whatever. Very short range. Very powerful in that short range, but very short range. We just gotta point it straight at you. So we need 0.05 still, which can be easily filled with a little bit of electrical, right? 0.005. Slap a battery down here. Could even make it look like it's specifically here as, like, backup for the... the antenna or something like that. Although having a battery on the surface, I don't think I like that, but like here maybe we just tuck. Yeah, tuck it better though. It's Kerbal Space Program. You don't want to futz with like aerodynamics on the way up. You know, you just be angry and fighting things the rest of your life. That should work. That should work. You know, checking the center of mass is going to be imperceptible if there was ever an imbalance in the first place. It'd be really impossible to read here. Especially since we have to have the imbalance. We've got to keep this in, and this is the heaviest part. But yeah, that's the numbers work out on it. Oh, you can't do that now, but you can't have you extending like that. If I flip you upside down, and then move you up a little bit. You extend thusly, and then we gotta check your rotation. Yeah, you're clear. You rotate fine.
Cheer 10 hello. I am really excited. Me and me pub friends are releasing a Christmas song this week _carrot duvet. It's Christmas, it's a cover.
I'm sorry. Renosian, thank you for the 10-bit cheer. Releasing a Christmas song this week. Duvet, it's Christmas? And it's a cover? A cover of whom? By whom? From whom? When whom? Duvet, it's Christmas? Is it a comedy kind of a thing? Duvet, it's Christmas? Or is this just like a language I don't recognize? How much electricity comes in by these anyway? 8.3 a second for each, so 16.6. Seems like a lot, but then the game won't tell me how much the mobile processing lab actually consumes. I guess we put it out on the pad and find out. It's a joke. A terrible, terrible joke. Oh, is it? Yeah, that was pretty bad. Thank you for the cheer. Me and me pub friends are releasing Christmas sauce this week. Duvet, it's Christmas. It's a cover. It's a cover because of a duvet. Because a duvet is yeah, that is... probably everybody else got it. I'm in the middle of building a space station here, so something's got to fly past me. This does it. This answers all of my concerns. Now, but is it everything that we need? We've got comms, obviously. We put the comms on. We've got electric generation. We've got some significant electric storage here. Form of 1200 there. We got a little bit more in that little one I threw down here, which is 50. This actually stores 50 itself, I believe. Yeah. You don't need an ablator. Thank you very goddamn much. Yeah. Those are the basics. So we have a place for up to 3 Kerbals to sleep in the pomegranate. Quarters for up to 3 Kerbals. And then, I mean, the description says that the mobile processing lab can only have 2 Kerbals in it at any given time. But I've seen it. It's 3 tiers on the interior. It's got 6 total seats, 5 of which you can actually sit in. One of them's apparently broken. Must, like, the recliner just doesn't work. What are we doing? I think we need to put it on the pad and, like, start the mobile lab and see what the draw is on the lab. It will need science in it. So let's collect some science, I guess. I'll throw a science-y bit on here. Something that you otherwise were in atmosphere. I don't think we'll have ever grabbed this science before either. So I'll just throw you on there. It's some science that we should be able to collect. And then hoover into the mobile processing lab, turn everything on, and see how she works. So track the solar panel. I'll put you over here. Sorry. But in fact, since I mean to rip you off later, I'll put you down here, where I won't forget. Let's actually go ahead and action group this stuff. So I tend to put my solar panels on 9. Extend solar panel. Comms are on 8. Toggle antenna. I reserve 0 and 1 for, primary, some kind of primary action. Maybe this ends up being 0. Toggle the airlock. Collect all. Collect all. Undock node? Decouple? What? That's a lot of things that it doesn't seem like an inflatable airlock should have as options to it. But okay, I guess. Alright, who's gonna be aboard? Bill. Let's, since we're actually having some science here, let's bring Brent Gary instead. Put you on there, and then I just need to hold the thing up without it falling over. Where is it? You. Give me 2 of them. I guess grab from those sides. And then... Sure. This isn't... I want that, and then... Thank you. Lower you down. Save and launch. It's okay. I have not been exposed to any, like, Christmas music, Christmas advertising, Christmas, you know, like, at least any, like, visual and audio media, because I don't leave the house. I'm pretty much here all of the time. And I also just don't watch, you know, advertising. I got ad blockers. I've got a very specific setup to make sure that I don't have to watch advertising and stuff like that. So I haven't had any, you know, all I want for Christmas is, yeah. I haven't, none of that shit. And you know what? I didn't even think about it until you made your joke there. Because now I'm looking at Duvet It's Christmas, and I just keep hearing, you know, the beginnings of some kind of CVS pharmacy fucking, you know, ding, 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 buy some shit. Let's go ahead and deploy some stuff. So, let's see what we got. 1,750 electric charge storage. That should get us through a night. But will it get us through a night when this guy's running? In fact, before I deploy, I'll deploy our comms. 8. Did I not put it on 8? Action group. I certainly meant to put it on 8. It's on 8. Is the problem that there's... You have to be in the control pod to be able to... Alright, fucking fine with you. Actually, yeah, I guess I do have to put somebody into the control pod to do this. Now I've got Mariah Carey's... I've got Mariah Carey's cover of All I Want for Christmas stuck in my head. All I want for Christmas is you. Mariah Carey, you idiot. I'm like, Mariah Carey? That doesn't sound right. I think you've got that wrong, Stormhawk. Jesus God. My brain's in a couple of different places here. Yeah, I just don't have to interact with any of that shit. It's brilliant. It's wonderful. Oh, it's pretty good. Brain's fried. It's fine. There's nothing wrong with it that we can't fix eventually. Brent Geary, we need to transfer or something. Transfer crew from here to here. Okay, now you're in here when I press 8. Ah, there we go. Okay, you just have to spam it a couple of times. And then it comes up. We'll get the comms out, but I'm thinking we should run the atmosphere analysis. Temperature and pressure readings suggest today is a good time for flying as any. Is as good a time for flying as any. Okay, we want this to... with the into the science thing. What? Can I not? Just keep the experiment, and then you... are supposed to have a hoover up all my onboard science option. You can also level up the crew. I forgot that you get to do that. do we transfer crew again? Do I need to now get you out and put you in over... Like, I shouldn't. You're in the control pod, so I should have, like, control over this thing, right? I think it needs scientists in it to run, doesn't it? Not enough crew. Yeah. Okay, so I do have to transfer. Transfer crew, transfer you, you know, from here to hither to thither. Now you're in here. Why are you telling me to start planking slowly? Now that nobody's in the cockpit, we can't transmit? That's a hell of a thing. So we should put a probe on this just so that it doesn't act stupid, is what I would say. Mobile lab. We got Brent Geary, we've got inventory. But the mobile processing lab... It says it's operational, but research is inactive, but I've also lost the ability to start research. What in the fuck is going on? Why, now that I've got crew in here, have we lost the start research button that we had just a moment ago? Transfer crew. Transfer you to there. And now I've got start research, CurbNet access, level up crew, but it says not enough crew. But now I'm going to transfer the crew in so that there is enough crew. Transfer. Yeah. And now we lose those buttons. What the fuck is the fucking with the fuck here? Brent? I want you to EVA. And I would like you to take a surface sample and an EVA report and then reboard. And yeah, you can grab a seat, I guess. I don't... Sure. And then let me out of here. No, it's not. It's not because there's a lack of science. Brent Geary's here. Lab status is operational. It says science is 0.0, but it also doesn't give me the option to hoover in the science like it's fucking supposed to. The part, all of the options for the part are fucking missing. Fucking Kerbal Space Program. What is this? Is this functioning as intended? Do I need to have somebody in the pod up there? And I think Kerbal Space Program's a piece of shit. To start with. Made by fucking morons. 2-digit, 3-inch penis morons. But, here's what we can do that may actually make this retarded ass game work. We will sort by math. I want the Octo. The Octo's the lowest weight kind of a little guy, at least for now. Do you have, like, reaction wheels or something? I don't think you have reaction wheels. Command. I don't think those guys have reaction wheels at all, so maybe our thing should have reaction... Listen, for right now, just put that on there so that we have a control point. Brent Geary's still in there. You're still in there. Save. You're in the mobile processing lab. You're a scientist. Put it back out on the pad. I think it might have been that I think the game is confused. I don't think it's right. I don't think it's supposed to work this way. I think it was just confused. Now, I should have control and be able to hit keys like 8 and have something happen. Good. I should also... Look. Same situation, Brent Geary in the lab, but now we can actually, like, do shit with it, right? So let's run an atmospheric analysis, and let's process in the lab. Put it dead in there. As long as we're here as well, I'll have Brent step back out one more time. And take a surface sample, grab an EVA report, bang bang, reboard, grab a seat, and then review data, put all the data in the lab, and now let's start the research and see what the draw is. Before I deploy any solar panels or anything like that, what's the draw? It's 3. 3.03 with one Kerbal in there. God forbid it actually, like, changes. So 3 per second over the course of a night, a lunar night. I mean, the question is, how much electricity do we need to not lose power overnight while leaving the research bay functioning? We've got 1700, and in the course of me talking, we're already down by more than 100. So 17 more of these. And I don't think we would clear a night with this amount of electricity. But the amount of electric storage that we would need is woof. It's just a bit of a woof. Let's go ahead and deploy our solar panels. Our solar panels are way over, you know, spec'd for the needs of this little thing right here, right now. Let's say that. We are also able to, I guess, extend it. If we did go with this design, we can extend it over time. We could actually build onto it from here in the long run. You know, add more something to it. I don't know what else we would add to it. It's just a little moon science station there. I mean, we've got the information. It consumes 3 with 1 scientist in it. I wonder if it consumes more when you have more scientists in there, though. It very well could. Let me try and look this up. Let's try and just Google it. So, KSP Mobile Lab, how much electric? The lab consumes 5 EC per second, sorry. We see 3 being consumed. Number is not dependent on amount of data, science stored, number of scientists working, or rate of research. But this was 10 years ago, and we're seeing different numbers than 5. So this can't be true anymore. If we go to the wiki, it also says it consumes a flat 5. Are you fucking kidding me? By the way, guys, you got the information in your wiki. What if you put it in the fucking game? Squad, what if it were in the fucking game? Earth to Squad, what if you put the information in the fucking game? No? Okay. Researching energy, it says 5 a second. So why are we were we seeing 3? It was 3.03 is what we were seeing up here. I was watching that spot and it was saying 3.03. So we're, you know, being lied to in every different fucking direction here, but apparently 5 is what they claim. I don't know how you would get through an overnight period on the moon without shutting down if the lab were active. I think the lab has finished all of the processing that it can do. And we're just going to recover I gotta stop research. I mean, it's already KerbNet access. I have no idea what this system was ever meant to do. I've never engaged with it in a way that means anything to me. Okay. Well, we've got the numbers. I don't really know what to do with them. Importantly, we did discover, like, the most important thing that came out of trying to figure out, like, what we can do with that, is, hey, yeah, we got 6 science from the lab. Right. The most important thing that came out of that is knowing that we should have a probe on here, regardless. And so let's go to part, I guess? Command? Hibernate and warp auto. You dumbass. The hell made this fucking game? We don't need this. Get rid of that. Where do I tuck this guy? Well, you were considering putting some reaction wheels on it. That's true. And so I think it is still cheapest to do a Probodyne Octo and a small inline reaction wheel for 0.09 tons total, as opposed to the lightest weight guy that gives us reaction wheels is 0.1 tons. So it is still better to do it like so. Only issue being, where do we put these tiny wee babby little parts? It does raise the question, what about like a little bit of utility closet or something like that, right? We got cargo, there's some cargo storage kind of thing. You know what? I should have looked at it. I should have looked at whether or not attaching these to the ends made it like a pass-through thing or not. Hello, Dr. Talbert. Good evening. Oh, no, you said good morning, which it is. Alright, well. Yeah, the brain is definitely doing some weird things at this point. Maria Carey? Maria Carey and Duvet Christmas. I don't know what's going on. If I were to rip this off and put that there, I want to know... Oh, God. Put you back. I want to know... Is all that you need to know. Since I want to know, I'm going to put these two things there, and you on top, and we're going to put this back out, just so that I can have a look on the inside and see if free IVA works with these parts. I doubt it does. Oh hey, you guys are looking at something that's not on the screen anymore. Sorry about that. So what did I... Why is the camera working like that? Zoom is backwards. What? There we go. Okay, it just snapped out of it. Jesus Christ, this game. I wanted to have a look on the inside and see... Ah? You see this? This is why I wanted to look. Hatch is obstructed. Oh. Well, if we can't go out anyway, Alt-G. And then up here, it's not helping. Huh. It's obstructed. I wonder if it's obstructed by the... Does it open in or out? I presume out. I wonder if it's obstructed by... by this. By that right there. Like, if that weren't there, would you be able to open that hatch and travel into that little corridor that we've made? because it would be kind of neat to be able to get in there. If I were to move this just down a little bit, would it no longer obstruct the hatch? This, I gotta tell you, says Dr. Talbert, right? It's in purple, I'm looking through green. One of my go-to things to put on in the background when I clean is your world record runs on Kerbal. Oh, cool. Cool. I've made a lot of money off of those videos. I didn't... At the time that I did that Kerbal Space Program world record, nobody cared. And then, like, 2 years later, YouTube was like, I don't know, I guess I'll throw this at some people. And apparently, you know, people watch it. And so, like, out of nowhere, 2-3 years after I did that one of those records, whichever one it was, it's getting views. I've had, like, significant residual income from just those world record videos, and it's like, where did this come from? Very out of nowhere from my perspective on it. I'm glad people dig it. It's definitely made me think maybe I should go back and get a better world record. But yeah, at the time I had no intentions of anything other than to, you know, get the world record. If I were to put this all the way down here, it's incredibly inconvenient to test this stuff, isn't it? And then move you down here a bit as well, I suppose. Honestly, it would be best to be absolutely sure if I just, like, something like this, right? I just set you off the side for now. I'll put you back in a minute. We need to test to see if moving this away still blocks the hatch for the mod that I've got installed called Free IVA that lets you move around on the interiors, which we are very disappointed with this mod today. You know, since the beginning, I've been like, why isn't this working? Why doesn't this connect to that? Why doesn't... And today we actually did some experimenting to see what would connect with what. Hatch is still obstructed and cannot exit when there's literally nothing blocking it. So I presume it's the part itself. It's the... Yeah. It considers this part, the structural tube, to just be an obstruction instead of something that you can open a hatch into. Yeah, very disappointing, this mod. Very disappointing. It doesn't really enable you to have the IVA experience that you want to have. To be able to pass through one part to another. 90% of parts in 90% of configurations just do not attach to one another. And so you have to, like, create these very specific, artificial, nonsensical circumstances that, like, you'd have to make your whole design is just about making the IVA work without any consideration for, like, it being a rational or, you know, reasonable, like, assembly in space or anything like that. You have to sacrifice absolutely everything to attaching your parts in the one specific way in which IVA is allowed to work in Free IVA. Incredibly disappointing mod here. And I hate to say anything bad about the modders. Squad, I will burn, you know, burn down every day, all day long. They're horrible. Look at what they did. But the modders have done so much, added so much to the game. You hate to be negative in any way. But also, it's just really disappointing. It is bad. It makes you ask, why'd you do this? Surely you had a goal. This can't have been it. This cannot have been it. Give me an absolute snap. I guess on the half, because that looks best. And then you're still probably under the fairing when we add a fairing to it. I'll tuck you a little. I'll tuck you a little bit. And then give me the same absolute snap over here. Get rid of absolute snap with hold shift. That should be exactly the same. And then no snap, tuck it back in. And that's our little docking port slash, airlock kind of thing in premise, in our heads, in the head cannon there. Okay. So now that we know that it doesn't really matter, we can't get, in or out through any of these places, that allows me to do something like this. Allows me to do this and not feel so bad about it. We've got a large inventory there. Oh, hey. That's kind of neat. And we could actually move all of the stuff that's on here down onto this piece instead. What was the point of that, though? Yeah, actually the idea was going to be that I would put stuff in there. I would put our probe and stuff in there. This isn't the part that I was thinking of. Well, I've got it in place. This is just for cargo. What I want is actual, I think, payload, and then one of the service bays. I think this is the one I was actually thinking of. Yeah, when you take the shroud off. But that doesn't really do what we need it to in terms of space. Holy God, that's huge. I guess we got the 1.5 meter. And we could tuck some things in here. So back up. I hate that it's a part that opens, though, I think maybe I'm just better off putting you there, popping this off, and just like tucking this stuff away, tucking it on the inside. We can't get to it anyway, maybe I just do that. It's not great though that those attachment nodes would be like that. It creates for like a weak frame is the issue that arises there. Is this still in the correct orientation? It is. I'm just now noticing this kind of has a little pop through there. I think I'll live with that. Is Kerbal 2 still a no-go? Haven't heard really anything about it since it first launched. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just fully dead. The studio shut down and exploded and burned and fell over and exploded again and then caught fire for a third No, I don't know the details. I'm pretty sure that the project is just fully 100% kaputski. And probably more is the better, cause they were gonna make Kerbal Space Program 2, and they were gonna use this code. They were gonna use Kerbal Space Program 1's code. This bust-ass, broken, buggy piece of trash, they were gonna use this for the underlying code and then just try and tweak it and fix it and stuff like that. It's like, no. So, our hopes now are for, if you haven't heard of this, Dr. Talber, there is a game in development by, a lot of the fans, and I think some of the people who may have worked on KSP too, before that fell apart, I'm not sure, but it's a Kitten Space Agency, right? Is that it in chat? Kitten Space Agency, that's, aiming at being a spiritual successor to Kerbal. I don't know. I feel like I've just been burned too many times to hold out any hope. I can get down with cats in space. It could be very cute, right? It could be. It's again going to be the Kerbal-sized beings, but, to avoid intellectual property issues, we'll just have them be, instead of little green men, Little cats. I need an attachment point for this. I want it to be like... I don't want it to interrupt the large parts connecting to one another. It just feels wrong. The reason it feels that way is because it is that way. I could probably actually put you on top. It really doesn't hurt anything, and then just decoratively throw a nose cone over the top of it. You know, hide. Not that nose cone, but a nose cone of some kind, surely. Oh, maybe not that one either. Maybe what I mean is no. Okay, the aerodynamic nose cone. We give it a hat. We put a hat on our space station. That ain't it either, Chief. That ain't it, Chief. I don't want it attached down there. I'm trying to figure out where the hell I would want this. I mean, I could just to hell with it, right? To hell with it. Hide it in there. We've got tons of unused space in here where it would go, and my concerns are weird aerodynamics on the way up, even though it's under a fairing, loose attachment nodes because it's going from a 1.5 to a 0.0625 meter and then back up to 1.5. Those are my concerns. So if we just bury it underneath in there, maybe that's the way to go. The only reason that's not the way to go is that you want to be able to grab these things and make adjustments to them. So, yeah. How do I... There we go. That's what I'm looking for, is that. I think I need to bring the whole thing up a little bit. That's my issue. And now I can do this. Get a hold of it. Pull you back up. And we don't need to necessarily grab the reaction wheels, right? I mean, we might. I think I'm just gonna, have it sticking out the top. To hell with it. My goodness, Pawn has flipped completely around the clock, hasn't he? Hello, Kenneth. I woke up today at 1 a.m. So I'm doing good, because it's been like midnight for the last live stream, and one before that. I'm pushing it around. We started at 6 a.m. today instead of 4 a.m., so we're getting there. I think this might be our station. Right here, right now, watching the world catch up to its history. Something. This might be it. Stop it. I swear to God I'm hitting the C key. It's Kerbal Space Program. So, it does what it wants to do when it wants to do it. That's the little spot. Oh, wait. I can actually... Right there. And now it's through, but it looks like it's supposed to be through, and then you deploy it and you don't see that it shouldn't be through. That passes through there just fine. Okay, good. I think this might be our station. It's a purely little scientific, outpost here with bedding for 3 Kerbals up in the pomegranate, and then we've got a airlock, and you can attach in any different way. Kerbal can come aboard via the inflatable airlock. Yeah. Right there. Big ship can attach via the docking port, and then smaller ship can attach via the docking port junior, or, whatever. Whatever kind of port you got, we're prepared for it. We've got an airlock for it. We've got a lab. We've got generation. We've got power storage. We know that we could use a lot more power storage, but we just don't have, better batteries than this right now. The reason we use a lot more power storage is if the lab is running overnight, we go behind the moon, we will not get through an entire night. But honestly, I don't know if any amount of power storage, any reasonable amount of power storage would get us there. We've got 1,700 on board with these 4 and everything. We got like 1,750 or something like that. I don't know that adding another 1,000, another 2,000, like, I don't know that it would get us there. Like, how much would you need? It seems to me like it would be an insane amount of electricity. If it's drawing at 5 EC per second, how many seconds do we get at 1750? 750 divided by 5, we get 350 seconds, aka about 6 minutes, 5.8 minutes. How long is a night on the moon? When you're orbiting it, you know. Because we're not on the moon, but in orbit of the moon. 6 minutes isn't that bad. Like, we could double that and get it to 10 minutes. Right? If I were to have 2,700 divided by 5, then that's 540 seconds, which is 9 minutes. It might be worth throwing a little bit more on here. We might actually be able to make it across a night on the moon if I had another 1,000. Maffycraft is here. Says, what do you mean, Kenneth? It's a normal afternoon in Detroit, France. In Detroit? Detroit, no, I was right. Detroit, France. You know we can't pass through anyway, so it doesn't really hurt us to have an extra battery here. I like to align my lights, the lights of the battery, in a way that isn't dumb as tits. Another, you know, like, sign that this game just was not designed by anyone is that the default attachment method for these batteries is like that. It's, look at it. It's just staring off at 1/4 of a direction off, and it, who? What? Who? What? Not on any of the cardinals. It's northeast, southeast, northwest, southwest. The hell is wrong with the people who made this thing? That looks good to me. I think I could live with that. Again, we've got like tons of interior space that we could just tell ourselves, the batteries they're padding the walls, there's something that's fine. Holy God. Sorry? Wait a second, what am I seeing here? Maffycraft. Wait. Maffycraft resubscribing for 30 months? Why were there 2? I gotta check my, why were there 2 notifications there? What just happened? Server, what just happened? Maffycraft, as a new subscriber, came through. And then, again, as a resub message. Hey Twitch, make up your fucking mind. Is it a resub or is it a sub? What are you doing? Maffycraft, welcome back to the Big Dick Club. You're welcome. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Why? What am I supposed to do with that? Is my question, is what I can only say to Twitch. You know, I've programmed this system myself. You just sent me a notification via your new subscriber method and via your resubscriber method. What am I supposed to do with that? I'm supposed to, like, watch for nearby subscriptions that back to back if they come in and they've got that just creates such uncertainty. Are you saying I'm not good enough for 2 notifications? Certainly not. What am I supposed to do with that? Like, that's it just creates like a whole bunch of, is that right or is that wrong circumstances? Like, it's just creating fail state cases. Like, what if somebody manages to just weasel in and subscribe right between the two of them? And then do I have to watch over a period of time? Do I have to compare and say, is it sub come in, resub come in? What if the resub part of the subscription has a message attached to it, but it comes in second like it just did? So the resub has a message, which means it has a TTS element, but the new sub came in first, so we broadcast the new sub thing, and then we don't read the resub message? No, we need to read the resub message.
Does not compute. Does not compute. Does not compute.
Just surrounded by monkeys, I am. Surrounded by monkeys. People who just didn't consider, didn't think about, but they fucking rolled it out anyway, and now we all get to live with it. Moon Station Archimedes is complete. I give you Moon Station Archimedes. This is going to be the one that we take up there, that we fly up. We just need to now build it into a rocket that can go to the moon, and then we take the sumbitch to the moon. That's simple as that.
Do it, pawn, do it, pawn, do it, pawn.
I actually have to finish the craft before I can.
Pawn, do it, pawn. Do it, pawn, pawn. Do it, pawn, do it, pawn. Do it, pawn, do it, pawn. Do it, pawn. Do it. You can do it. We believe in you to do it. You can do it, pawn. Woo!
The Octo just says that it has stability assist. The Hex has prograde, retrograde, hold. The Octo 2, I am right-clicking as hard as I fucking can, says it has prograde, retrograde, radial, normal, and attitude hold. Okay, that's all of it then. The Octo 2 gives you everything? I feel like the last couple of times I've flown something that had the Octo 2 on it, it didn't give me everything. That's why I'm here checking on it. But okay, if it gives me all the things, good. All sub-notifications for 30 seconds and process the unique ones with attached messages. I mean, maybe what I need to do is detach the subscriber thing. If they're going to come in as, if resubs are going to come in as a new subscriber and a resub message, that, you know, maybe there's no resub message attached, then maybe I need to handle the resub messages as just TTS speaking events, so that the new subscriber message will fire off a new subscriber event, Ronin Pawn, but then the resub message that plays next will just read a message without doing the thing ahead of it. But I swear we've had resubs. Maffy, we've had resubs from other people that didn't do it that way. It was just a straight up resub, and it did the Ronin Pawn and then read a message through. So I don't know why your resubscription came through with a new subscription but also a 30-month resubscription thing. And it's not your fault. I'm just saying, this is the shit that I'm dealing with trying to make Twitch's systems work. Remember that I told you that Prime subbing through the app is a dumpster fire, says Maffycraft? There you go. I mean, just Twitch's systems in general are a dumpster fire, but that's possibly the reason. How I had 2 sub messages for like years every time I subbed? Okay. It's just, you know, I'm looking at the API endpoint and saying, why am I getting a new sub and a resub? And then that didn't even come through on my activity feed. What the fuck? What the fuck? Dr. Talber, new subscriber. That's not in my activity feed at all. Welcome to the Big Dick Club. Dr. Talber. Just testing. It says it's a new subscriber, not a resubscriber, but it's not in my activity feed at all. Either on the Twitch activity feed or the combined feed provided Oh my god, Twitch is just such a goddamn mess. Dr. Talbot says, technically I clicked resub. It's just been some years. What a mess. On my internal systems, that was registered via the API endpoint for new subscriptions. That was a new subscriber event, but it didn't occur as far as Twitch's own activity feed has anything to say about it. And I'm trying to develop my own software. It's not like I'm an expert, you know. I'm trying to develop my software on top of these systems. Oy. Boy, glad I could help, says Dr. Talbot. Thank you for the subscription. Welcome back to the Big Dick Club. Welcome to the Big Dick Club. First time, according to Twitch. This is the ship. We're going to the moon with this. This will be our little science outpost. We've got 9 minutes worth of electric charge, even with a 5 electric charge per second draw. We could increase that even more and try and push it to 10. I think 9 minutes to get around the moon orbital, get in and out of the shadow of the moon, is probably okay. I don't know. It's not in the chat as well, says Maffycraft. What the hell is going on? And hello, Sharktin on YouTube. I see you. You were just in the middle of a lot of other messages where we're trying to figure out the subscriptions here. But hello, Shark10. It's time for a live stream break. It's time for because I need to take a break from all of these failing systems that I'm supposed to somehow make work. Not sure about this either, says Dr. Talbot. Yeah. So we save. You know, I probably won't get paid for it. It's you know, part of Twitch's built-in scam the streamer system, you know? It's but yeah, what we're gonna do is we're gonna F6, not F5 or F9. F6 is a quick mute button if you've got this mod installed. F6 and then you get to look at my ugly face. We're going to go to a live stream break. We've been here for 2 hours and 20 minutes. We have now designed our little lab, and we just need to build a rocket underneath it that will push it to the moon, put 3 Kerbals in it, send it to the moon, have them go around a couple of times, collect some science, put some science into that lab, and then send 2 of them home. The most interesting part of the build to come for the ship is that we're going to drop this piece in space around the moon, leave it there in orbit, and it's going to remain, but the rest of the ship has to come home with the other 2 Kerbals in it, which means we're going to have to do a magical transfer. I guess that's okay because it'll all be under a fairing. We'll leave the upper part underneath the fairing, and that'll allow us in our headcanon to say, well, they were able to because in something, and they passed through, and I don't know. It's Kerbal Space Program. You got to justify on your feet. But yeah, we're going to have ourselves a 7-minute live stream break. Don't go anywhere. Meet me when we come back. In the meantime, I'm not going to leave you, you know, with nothing. I'll play you some ads. I'll play you some music is what I'm going to do. I'm going to play you some music. This will be a mixture of things that I and my old bands and stuff made, covers that I've done, and also just some music that I particularly like. I think, yeah, what the hell? It's a song that I love. It was the last one that we heard on the last live stream. I'm going to play it again. This is from my old band, the Dead Letters, Detroit Dead Letters. It's called An Old Football Injury. It's a live performance that we did. I think it's a live performance that we did at a certain location. Dinner Bone showing up. Hello, Pawn. Just got my Wi-Fi back after a half foot of snow and immediately saw the stream. Well, glad that you managed to dig the electrical signals out. Yeah, Kenneth, I guess they got EVA suits. They'll just get out of the craft and EVA through. It's, you gotta justify on your feet. The Ice King edit I made. Guess it's a smoke break then. Smoke breaks for everybody. Smoke them if you got them. Meet me back here in 7 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Pawn that out.
This next one is called An Old Football Injury. And technically, it is about an old football injury. Technically speaking, of course. sound is cracking my skull. 1,000 echoes and battered goals. Scar my mind and my body like the grave decorated with 1,000 roses, and I've been cursed with the insight to know when shit won't turn out right. This place is on meltdown tonight, and I'm so sick of choosing between fight or flight. Fight or flight. Question of values, it's a matter of fears. Constantly snapping, flashing all the visions, and I said, I've been cursed with the insight. You know when things won't turn out right. Cheap excuses make for some expensive lies. Cheap excuses make for expensive lies. I've been lost in my own thoughts, and I've been trying to disappear. Seems anymore when I make of my life, it's mixed and lost in a wave of fear. So it's still out there, you can hear this, echoes fading so fast. You're still out there, you can hear this, echoes fading fast now. Right now I'm going to do a favorite of Neil's. So this one goes out to Neil. This one is going to be called The Fault Line, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello, I am the Ronan Pawn, and welcome back to twitch.tv and youtube.com/Ronan Pawn live stream on Twitch and youtube.com/Ronan Pawn. I don't know what to trust. Certainly not YouTube, certainly not Twitch, but I don't know what to trust. In what I'm being told right now by YouTube's endpoints, it's complaining that there's not enough. Oh, now the stream is healthy. All right, yeah, you keep doing you, YouTube. Never mind. Welcome back to Kerbal Space Program. We're doing the Kerbaling here today. So the plan for today's mission, the mission for today's plan, is to give ourselves, there we go, give ourselves a little space base, a little ISS, science research-based little something in orbit around the moon. So we're going to make our first space station to hold some Kerbals, and the plan is to go out there, drop it in orbit, leave a scientist to man the thing. We'll collect some science as we go, but leave a scientist behind to man the thing, and then bring home the pilot and engineer. So it'll be a 3-crewed mission. Who's getting sent up, says Dr. Talbert. We've got the 4 that we've got. I really need to hire some new crew, and expand what we've got to work with. But for now, we've got what we've got, and we'll see when it comes time to launch if, Bill should stay behind. I don't know that we need to send Bill as the engineer. Maybe we bring on a new Kerbal, to be the engineer, you know? Bill can be perpetually level nothing. He doesn't need to be going on real missions. He's a cartoon character. He's a prop. But so what needs to happen now is for us to build a ship underneath this thing that can push it to the moon. So grab myself a TD-12 decoupler, and we're going to need a fairing for underneath here. So payload, are you two? Yeah, you're too small for the size of everything else that's going on here. So 2.5 meter snapping, dead to the vehicle above it, like that. Put that underneath the fairing, and then we've got this that we would also put underneath the fairing. But here's the thing that needs to be considered. We need to send 2 of the Kerbals back home when we're done, you know? Kenneth says, every time I hear crude mission, I correct it in my head to crude mission. The EU and the the EW and the U is what we're doing there, for those of you who are just visually, if you're not in chat, if you're not in Twitch chat in particular, which with the consistency of YouTube, do what you got to do. But yeah, we'll need the interstage nodes on, because we're gonna need 2 seats to be able to bring our crew home here. And I think the Mark II command pod is the guy, right? So we put you there, and then I can put everything else underneath the fairing. Is that right? What size is this actually, though? Does it tell me in here? Because it's looking like it's not quite the 2.5 meter. Is this a 1.865 or whatever the hell is between the two of them? Because that don't look right. That don't look right. I build the fairing up to here.
Can't touch this. You can't touch this. You can't touch this.
Man, nobody ever pulls the old MC Hammer out. Who did that? One mock. Hey, that's kind of punched me in the chest a little bit there, too. Vickless of Borg. I do the same thing. It drives me bonkers. I don't have a better solution, but it bugs me. What? Wait, what? What are we talking about? I got really distracted by can't touch me. MC Hammer. This doesn't, that don't look quite right, man. Boy, does that not look quite right. Maybe I can make it look righter. Anyway. The crude thing? Oh, I see. Yeah, that ain't doing it. Maybe I can make it look better. Yeah, no, that's never gonna be quite right. An adapter? And a 2.5 to 1.8 adapter? Does that exist? It's probably not a structural thing. Like, it's definitely not that. What about you? Huh? You would be here. And then you would go on top of that. Yeah, that ain't quite right. That's a tri-coupler. That don't help me. I might have to empty a fuel tank for this. Because, yeah, the FLA-10, that don't do it either. So if we go over to fuel tanks and look at what we've got... Something that adapts. 2.5 to 1.25, but I think you're a 1.8 kind of guy. Let's just confirm that. Yeah, that's so we need like a 2.5 to a 1.8. Does that exist? That ain't it. It's also going to be a massive fuel tank that I'm using to get from one to the other. Doesn't the return craft need fuel? I don't know. I guess it will need some fuel. But I still need like a fuel tank adapter. Is this it? I think it's the same one that you just looked at a second ago. Yeah. No, it's not the same one that you just looked at a second ago, but it is still not the right thing. This is the one you looked at. What about you? That's the one. That's a ridiculous amount of fuel, though, let me tell you. I suppose we could transfer the fuel through, would be the idea. There you go, and then we can build the fairing. Okay, I guess you have to stop there, and then you can attach something like that. Yeah, it'll need its own little engine to get itself home. So let's keep building now that we've found the one adapter in the game that does this, and it's massive, and it's a fuel tank, and there's no actual adapter for it. And, apparently, there's some massive holes in Kerbal Space Program. Maybe I should be adding some parts. What am I doing? It is coupling that you want, and you want a TD18 decoupler. Is what you'll want, and then you'll also need some thermal. You need the 1.8, 1.875. Yeah. Do you? I don't know. Do you come with You do come with, like, a deployable thing. Okay. I thought you might. Wait. It disappeared when I attached you down here. Does it only appear when you're... Or do I have to, or what's the... with the I still don't know what to do with this whole system for these buoy modules and stuff like that. I would like to, you know, see it work, but I haven't yet. I have not observed it actually functioning. This 1.875, when we click on it, we don't even get the option to like deploy it. I think maybe you have to have it not attached to something, and then I click deploy and it does nothing in the VAB. So, does it work? Probably, maybe, I don't know. I think then we would also attach a buoy module to the top of it, but it would have to be a very small buoy module. Sort this by cost. It's the only way that these sort correctly. That's airbag. Give me buoys. I feel like there would be a buoy up here, right? And then again, if I jettison, I don't know, put it on upside down, now I can deploy it, but it doesn't show me anything. I don't get any of this. Like, it only shows me the option to deploy when it's put on. This one in particular, it's the buoys. The buoys go at the top, right? So that if it fell over, it comes back up. That's... Am I crazy? Pong, gotta ask, would you prefer the White House gets a new ballroom or health care for the poor? That's a tight one. That's... Damn. Functioning system of American health care... $1 billion dance room for some rich cunts. Shit. I don't... pass. I don't understand how any of this works. I don't think it's going to work. I don't think this is going to work when I put that there, because here in the VAB, I put it like that, and we don't get the option to deploy it. I put it upside down, now we have the option to deploy it, but I'm going to put this on top of it. Now we don't have the option to deploy it anymore. So, how's it supposed to work? What am I supposed to do with these parts? Let's just tear shit down and then decide how we rebuild later. We don't need a ballroom if we have no balls. Yeah, these are all things to consider. It's hard to make that decision. Should we, I don't know, address the homelessness issue in this country where 1 in every 100 Americans taste the sting of homelessness every single year? 1% of the American populace per year ends up homeless. Like 3 million people in a country of 350 million, take the children out of it, it's 1% of the population goes homeless. 1 in every 10 Americans living in below the federal poverty line, which is ostensibly food insecurity. We can just say, if you're not meeting the federal poverty line, you do not have the amount of money that you need to put a roof over your head, clothes on your back, and food in your stomach. That's 1 in every 10 Americans. Next time you're watching a sports game, look in the stadiums, go 1, 2, 3, look in the stands, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, poverty, 1, 2, 3, 4, in America. That's what's going on here. And if they're black, then you can count 1 every 5. Because if you're black in America, if you have the misfortune of being born black in this country, then you are in poverty at twice the rate of the white man. 1 in every 5 black Americans living in poverty in this country. But you know, White House could use a new ballroom. Affordability has never been better. When you think about it, kinda. It's whatever. We can finally say Merry Christmas now. Yeah, remember when we weren't allowed to say Merry Christmas? Do you remember that? You remember that when that happened? That was never a thing. That it never happened. You remember how that was never an issue? No one ever stopped anyone from saying anything. You remember how that was? Yeah. I'm just glad we finally got that whole thing sorted out. You know, that whole Merry Christmas issue. was worried about how that never happened. Worried that might become a problem someday. I love that. I like that. You remember how that never happened? Do we have the twin bore? Because then I don't need to put fuel on this thing at all, right? The twin bore comes with fuel. And it gives us 2,100 and something with your mama and her fat ass. Altitude over Kerbal. Imagine we push this up to like 9 before we let it go. If we manage to do that, then it's saying 2,200 meters per second at delta V. That ain't gonna do that. The twin bore alone is not enough. We would need fuel in addition. Wow, we might be pushing the boundaries of what we're allowed to do even in the tier 2 VAP here. Up to 2,800 meters per second if we start at this level. Now that's plausible at this point. This is a big old ship, is what it is. It's going to be the biggest thing we ever pushed off this pad. You just said the whole playbook out loud. Did I? Does the station need RCS? Do we at the moon need like monoprop resources? I don't. It would be a good idea to have some around, I suppose, but it's just a science station, you know? You park up to it, it's not here to offer any resources to anybody. I'm surprised that there's no monoprop storage in these balls. You know, you gotta have something in the balls. Not just in a blader, you know? But, I don't think that I don't feel obliged to put any monoprop onto it. It's definitely not like a fuel-bearing station, you know? You get yourself here and then you do some science. Because you gotta drop that fat booster and then get back to orbit. We gotta get to the moon. So yeah, I do have to start thinking about this as the first craft that I have to start thinking about in, you know, some serious sort of stages of getting, especially since we're not just going there and then coming home. We're going there and leaving something and then coming home. So there's some considerations to be made. In fact, one of the things that I said that I should follow through on, are we sorted by mass? We're not, so things don't look familiar to me at all. Need to be in fuel tanks anyway. One of the things I said is that we could transfer the fuel from this guy down. Now, does this actually get the... In fact, number one, I should check whether or not we need it at all by doing fuel delivery overlay. Looks like fuel does get through all the way down to here, but then gets stopped by this docking port. So let's enable crossfeed. Wait, disable crossfeed? Enable crossfeed? There we go, it's that guy. Enable that crossfeed. Now we actually have access to all that fuel that's up there as well for burning our engines, and it doesn't seem to have changed a goddamn thing in terms of how much delta V they think we've got. Don't need the fuel guy anyway. We'll need some engines for this one up here. We'll need to be able to release this as well, decouple it and send it home. I don't think there's any decoupler currently. Yeah, there isn't. So get me a decoupler. I'm just putting, you know, there's a lot of pieces to this that I'm just filling the obvious gaps, and then we'll figure it out logically at some point, probably, maybe. There is certainly also the... No, that's not it. Certainly also the issue of, like, do we want to be able to get rid of this? I mean, we do, like, this is always going to be here. This truss system is going to be here. Maybe we disable trussing, or truss structure off. Yeah. And then this would have to come with you instead. This would push off of that. And so, you know, it's held together by its skin in theory, just so that it looks better when we detach. It's not going to look good. Radial mount engines on the return stage could be used to fine-tune the lunar orbit before executing the return mission. Yeah, let's slap some engines on this upper stage anyway. Are they going to be radials? Little Cubs could be efficient. Vacuum 32 kilonewtons. We also, of course, got the thuds, but smaller is better for this. Should they be radials, or should they be... they gotta be radials if we're gonna push, you know, around. We're gonna use them before a certain point. Two of you like that, pointing a bit outward because of the taper of the thing. It's okay, I guess. It's a very large craft with a lot of moving parts to it. And knowing how much delta V that we're going to have at any given point is a thing. Let me do some of the staging to just, like, untangle what I'm seeing over here. So, if the twin bore is our engine, which I don't even know yet, not committed to that, then we fire off the twin bore, we burn... we burn until this is dead. Like, what we would want, actually, probably, then, is to set, like, a fuel priority. And I believe lower empties first? Is that how that works? Lower... like, if I make you 10, and I make you 10... then these two should empty first before getting into what's up there, is my idea. I also have the ability now to say... yeah, if I enable the crossfeed, there we go, that's good. Now we can see the difference. Good, good, good. So, after we jettison... from down here, this one needs to be in there. It says we'll have 1,342 meters per second of delta V in that upper stage if we don't use any of it to lift. And that's actually from altitude. In vacuum, it's the same. It turns to 1369. Nice. Okay. Whereas... yeah, there's very little difference between altitude and vacuum on these engines. 50 meters per second. Interesting. So we'll stick with altitude. Altitude at like 9 kilometers anyway. And so what else we got? We got... this would release so that we could start heading home. And then that would be up there. What in the fuck are you? You should just not be staged at all. Can I turn that off? No staging. Good. And then this fairing, this upper fairing, shouldn't blow until we're leaving to go home. I think it's with this one. When that breaks off, then this staging also, or the fairing also blows away. Yeah. The other fairing is down here, can be lost once we're in space. Those two fire up as we drop. As we blow this one? Yeah, as we drop that. And this pops off. That's fair. Okay, the staging seems reasonable. So now, considering we have 2,800 there, to get us, you know, started on the liquid fuel, let's look at some massive frickin' SRBs to get us the rest of the way to just LKO. So give me some big ol' radial standoffs. Maybe even bigger than this, but we'll see. I don't want to overdo it, if we can. 3 might be too much. 2 would be lovely, but because of the way the twin bore is... You know what? Let's just spin the twin bore. And then I can put you on like this, which is more the way that I want to. And I'll want you to pop off from the top. They get pushed off so that they peel away asparagus style. SRBs. Let's look at just some straight up kickbacks. A pair of you. Wow, you're big. Wow, you're a lot bigger than I thought. I feel like you're supposed to be on the bigger standoffs. Bigger decouplers. Hydraulic detachment manifold, is that what I'm saying? Cause, damn. Put you up here. Attach you to it. That's more appropriate. And then, yeah, we would pull it down so that it pushes them off top-wise a bit. Then we'll probably want some struts at the bottom. But this could actually be attached to up here. Let's have you like that. Pull you down a bit more. I think we want to be sitting on the twin bore on the pad, though. If this were even the thing. I'm not committed to anything right now, but that should within the, you know. What's the TWR on this? 1.06 TWR. Not enough. 2 is not enough. Go to 3. But the way that I think we'd have to go straight to 4. And we are now too heavy for the pad with 4 of these. Why can I not grab the fucking thing? Thank you. 3, still too heavy for the pad. Significantly too, well over 150. And what kind of TWR does that give us? Just a 1.3. Holy. If we reduce the liquid fuel, okay. Still allowed, no longer allowed at that point. Okay. I think we would reduce the amount of of solid fuel first. Yeah. And just going down by 2 ticks gets us back to, we're allowed to launch this at 138 tons instead of 140. Okay. That gives us a TWR of 1.4, and from sea level, 787 meters per second. That will not get us to 9 kilometers, but let's say we got to 7 kilometers. We would have 2,800 plus 767, so it's about 3,500. Which does get us to LKO and a little bit more than LKO. But then we've got 1,200, we've got 1,300 delta V once we're in space here, and I don't think that this is enough. We got a lot of little weird, like, rotational things going on in this. To make it sort of... No, that doesn't do it either. Trying to find a place where things don't, like, penetrate each other. That is passable, I guess. Yeah, and it's also the usual way of things, so I'm gonna live with that. Let's put on some aerodynamic stuff that would need to be there anyway. Is that enough? That is enough. Should I make sure that they peel away by giving them those special... I'm not going to give them special, give them the angled nose cones. This is fine. Can the runway support more weight? We have upgraded it anyway. Let's get ourselves the other thing that I wanted to do. Moon Station Archimedes Mark 1. Let's just save. Let's bring up a Delta V map. So, give me a second to head to my images folder and type DE. Immediately brings me to the Delta V. Pop out the GIF version. It's a lot smaller. And so our Delta V, in order to get to orbit around the moon at 14 kilometers, is 3,400 plus the 1,170. So 45... so like 4,600 Delta V in order to get where we're going. And then to return, I feel as though the return from the moon is like 300 meters per second. I mean, there's the 310 to you know, catch orbit. Am I crazy thinking that it's just 300 meters per second to get home? You would think it's gotta be, you know, similar to this to break over. What did I just say, by the way? 3,400 plus 1,100, so 45, so 4,600 Delta V to get there. And then there's a return that might be like 500 or something like that. I don't know, it's been too long for me to remember. I feel like you can do it for as little as like 300. But 4,600, so we're looking at wanting 5,100, 5,200 Delta V in total, I think. What we got is 800 plus 2,800, so 3,600, 3,500, and then 3,500 plus 1,000, 4,500 plus another 300, 4,800. We're about 300 meters per second Delta V short of what we would want here. And we're running out of weight. We're running out of weight capacity as well. Just out of curiosity, if I were to try and attach more fuel up here, do you fit? You're the wrong size. You're the right size, and we're over. But over in a way that we can probably siphon some away. Wow. There is not a lot more to be had, is the lesson of the hour. In fact, that fits, doesn't it? Yeah, that's the right size. And then from you, take just a little. Yeah. That kind of a thing. Stop at the refueling station, says Kenneth. There's just the small problem of there being no fuel there. No fuel there. 139.9 tons now. Looking again at everything. So from sea level, still 1.3 off the pad. That ain't bad. 780 meters per second of delta V. Then let's say that pushes us to about 7 kilometers. Now we've got 2,900 delta V plus 1,800. Almost 2,000. So we're talking 800 plus 2,800. Let's be a conservative. So 3,600, but now 3,600 plus 1,000, 4,600 plus another 800. 5,400 meters per second of delta V. That gets us there. That does get us to the moon and back, I think. Now, the next question is, does this craft function at all? What about the TWR of the twin bore when we switch over? 2.64. The twin bore has no problem pushing this craft. The twin bore might be overpowered for pushing this craft, and we might be able to do it lighter with less, with a custom build, as opposed to just throwing the twin bore on like we've done. So there's the Cheetah, that's too small. There's the Bobcat, which is also too small. And there's the mainsail, which is probably the guy. Skipper or mainsail? What's this? Is the skipper? The skipper might be the right size also. Skipper, mainsail. They look like they're the same size, but different powers, and one of them's probably for space more than... So, what's the skiff? Skiff is also an option here, is what it looks like. What are the qualities of these engines? I am right fucking clicking, Kerbal! Alright, at sea level 240, vacuum 300 for the skiff. Skipper, doubles the power. And by the way, the difference in weight, it about doubles the weight also. And then if you double the weight again, you get to the mainsail. So let's start with the skiff and see what its TWR ends up being. When I take you away, we're going to have to add back a lot of fuel. How much fuel do you come with? 2,800 LFO? 2,800 liquid fuel, rather? What do you give us? Not enough. No. There's your 2,800, same amount of fuel. What's this engine do? TWR of 2.27. Our weight has been reduced dramatically, which means we can carry the rest of that fuel. We can actually bring the rest of that fuel with this pushing us. You... What the fuck are you? You're the 3. And so... But we don't fire this until those 3 are done, and we drop all of those. You've ruined my staging. Just ruined it. Where are you? What do you point to? Why do you not help, Kerbal? Why don't you give me the information I want? Yes, it's a TD-18. I need to know more. Where does it come from? Mousing over it isn't... Ah! Yeah, it's buried. It's one of these or something, isn't it? I think it's this one. Wait, there's nothing there. It's gotta be this one, then. How many TD-18s have I got on here? That's a TD-25. This would be the TD-18. It's up here. Yeah, you're in entirely... You did. You just destroyed my staging. Thank you, Kerbal Space Program. Piece of shit game made by fucking idiots. So that is correct. We want to drop that all together. But then, like, this stuff... The parachute deploys on its own. Okay. Let me explain this to you again. Since you seem to be having some trouble with the basic concepts here. You probably fire with that. What is this? TD-12 decoupler. TD-12? Where the hell is there a TD-12? Oh, we cannot connect the bottom of this thing via TD-12. We cannot have that be the dead point in the middle. Thank you, though. Thank you for volunteering. We need a 2-5. Yeah. And then rebuild the fairing. You can't go over that fairing, huh? Or that decoupler, because this game was built by morons. I remember. So we'll do the next best thing, which is a 1-8. Okay. I'm liking the idea of doing the skiff instead of the twin bore. We've gotten a lot of delta V, a lot of weight, a lot of just everything is coming back with this setup. Hey, hello, Mikhail. How you doing? We're building a giant craft. We're going from little tiny missions of a satellite that goes in over polar to fucking 2.5 meter, 140 ton vessel towing a space station to the moon with a return vessel for some of the people who won't be staying at the moon. This might be a bit of a jump in the program, to be honest with you. Can we even afford to launch? We can afford to launch it. All right. I guess you can live across the pair of those, and then now I would probably want to sit on these on the pad. Yeah, I think so. Okay, keep doing the staging. Sorry about the illegibility of the staging. We fire off the SRBs, then we drop all 3 SRBs and switch over to the liquid fuel. Then we drop the lower stage, right? This is... I'm right-clicking on you, but you're not appearing, because I'm in the wrong mode. I right-click on you. This is the TD-18, which is at the top. You've again fucked my staging. Thank you. Thank you for this. Let's ignore that, and instead, this TD-18, I believe it's the lower one. Right? Let's just make sure. Yep. So this one does break off. And when it breaks off, we fire up the radial engines up top. We're now traveling in space. This would also break off at that moment, this part of the fairing. Bang, bang, bang. Get rid of that staging moment. And then when we're leaving, we kick off, drop the fairing. What are you? You're for the final descent, so you would be here. Yeah, you break off and then we... Alright, so to run through it... Goddamn. SRBs fire. We drop all 3 SRBs and we switch over to the skiff. When the skiff is out, we drop the skiff, we pop the fairing, this fairing right here, one of the lower fairings, drop the skiff, the lifter stage, and pop the fairing, and fire up these engines up here, which are going to tow us forward into the moon, would be the idea at that point. We need to look at the TWR of those. Let's just verify staging. When we get to the moon, we park it in orbit where we want it, and then we're going to detach the mothership to, you know, head home kind of a thing. So we will break the fairing at the same time as we kick off. Yep, from below. The engines are already active, so we don't have to activate them. Then we get home, we pop the final, we get back to LKO and we're hitting atmosphere, we pop the final decoupler right here, which puts us into this heat shield, exposes this heat shield, and then we've got our little parachute there at the top to hopefully slow this whole thing down enough to put us down. The staging looks correct. I'm saving. It fecked your staging. Well, damn it, your staging was asking for it. Dressed that way and acting like that. my staging was just a slut. 135 tons. By the way, now that we're using the skiff instead of the Bobcat, we can add back this fuel. Do we want to? We had all the fuel that we needed before, yeah. So actually, we might be able to get rid of this extra little dollop of fuel. That might be possible. Let's go through the Delta V figures here. So, we've got... In fact, I want to see the TWR while I'm doing this. From sea level, on Kerbal, we've got 1.34 TWR off the pad with 811 meters per second. In fact, we can't put the solid fuel back. 811 meters per second. 800 meters per second at 1.34 TWR coming off the pad. Then we've got 2,738 meters per second with a TWR of nothing. The skiff is only useful in space. The skiff is only useful in space. TWR of 0.39. Did it? I swear I looked at the numbers and it didn't look like that at all. There's the skiff. Thrust at sea level is 240.909. Vacuum 300. I guess we need a lot more power. That's... I swear we looked at this and we were fine. By the way, once we get up to vacuum, what we're dragging will only be 0.37 TWR. It just means longer burns when you're in space. That's a reasonable thrust-to-weight ratio, I think, for space. It is not while we are in atmosphere. So I guess the skiff just can't do this. I'm confused as always by Kerbal Space Program. I feel like it told me one thing and then it told me another. Let's double the power and the weight. And now we've got 0.99 TWR. Still not enough to push this thing. carrying all this liquid fuel. We need to maintain the speed that we brought. How did we just gain TW? What in the fuck is going on here? How is this saying? Wait, maybe I've got it in the wrong stage, that's why. Come over here. You go here, right? Fire all those, drop them and switch over to there. And then the TWR at altitude is 0.85. Okay. I feel very lied to at every part of this. Let's take you out now. And go up to the mainsail, which is 6 tons. We're still underweight. The mainsail now gives us 2.8 TWR. But the question is, are we better off with the twin bore or the mainsail? It looks like I gave us back all the fuel up here, and we're still underweight. So it looks like the twin bore is a better or rather the mainsail is a better deal for us than the twin bore. However, it is massively overpowered. There's kind of no middle ground here, is what I would say. You just go from that won't do to oh my fucking god. Alright, so you're blowing my mind here. Wait a second. It's because you're still in the wrong stage again. Okay. Was I just reading that wrong? Yeah, okay. It isn't what I said it was. This is way more. There is some middle ground here. So this is kind of half of what the twin bore does. We have a reasonable TWR. I'm going to choose a thrust weight ratio of around 1.6. Yeah. So we start with 1.3. And we get 800 meters per second out of it. And then at altitude, in fact, I need to go at altitude of like 7 kilometers. We're going to have a 1.6 TWR. There we go. And so, to run these numbers again, 800 meters per second SRBs, then 2,800, so 3,600 total on the liquid fuel on the lifter stage. Then once we're in space, we have 1,500 more delta V up here. So 3,600 plus 1,500 is 5,100. Where did we lose? What? I just added fuel to here. It used to say that we had 1,800 meters per second of delta V in the top stage. Now it says 1,500 in vacuum. I am definitely being given the fucking runaround. By this game. When we were using the twin bore to push us, we all saw the upper stage said it had 1,800 meters per second of delta V in it. I have just put more fuel in the upper stage. Remember, KSP can't add, says Jermacian, and Michael points at it. Yeah, that does seem to be the best explanation here. I'm going to save. Okay. And, the burping is a sign that, you know, I'm having a little ME flare right here. It'll pass. I'm gonna change the root part or some shit. I'm gonna change the root part to this. Changing the root part did not update our delta V numbers. More fuel equals more weight to push too. Right, but we should have lost delta V in the lifter stage, not in the stage that received the additional fuel. This stage should have gotten more. Yeah, so I don't know what to make of this now. The Delta V seems to be lying to me. We fire the SRBs, then we drop all the SRBs, and we fire up the mainsail. And then we drop the mainsail, fire up the 2 up top, and drop the fairing as well. Then we get parked at the moon, and we drop that stage and that fairing to go home, and then we get home, and the staging is correct still. We're right on the verge of being able to launch it at 140 tons, too. It's almost unlaunchable, but we can launch it. If we believe these numbers, you know, which change from minute to minute around here because it's Kerbal Space Program, then we have 3,600 Delta V in the lower stage. And then we have 1,500 in the stage that's supposed to transfer us to the moon and get us home. The transfer to the moon costs 1,200. The ride home, if it costs just 300, then we're okay. I wanted to have extra. And we did. We had that extra showing before when it said that we had 1,800. Now we don't have that. Oh, God. It's also like the little flares do come from this kind of like intellectual resistance. When I'm coding and I've gotten myself into like a corner and I'm unsure how to proceed and stuff like that, that's when I start to get burpy and the flares come up and stuff like that. The sort of neurological pushback, this isn't working and it doesn't make sense. It was working before, like that kind of stuff. When I'm in that situation in code, I also get this, you know, it comes up on me. There's definitely something with like certain areas of the brain, and the kind of just it just so happens that when I get this kind of intellectual pushback, it causes me a little neurological flare. And when things start going right again, it releases a lot of the tension, and it's okay. You always want to have extra. Historical pawn spacework shows us there's never enough extra. We, quite frankly, don't have the weight on the pad to make this work. If I got rid of the mainsail and went back to the smaller engine, but also ran the upper engines at the same time, is an idea. So the skipper instead of the mainsail, okay, make sure it's in the correct place, which should be here. And then we've lowered the weight, we get more Delta V in general because it's a lower thing. We've got a 0.85 TWR. If I add the other engines in, it's 0.93 in atmosphere at 7 kilometers. It does not get us there. It does not get us there. If I were to add thuds, just kicking some ideas around now that almost certainly won't work and will probably push us over weight. These 4 would need to add in here, That gets us up to 1.41, but we are overweight. How overweight are we? Just barely. We're just barely overweight there. What about if there's 3 thuds down here? Okay. Check, make sure you're in the right thing. At altitude, that's a 1.28 TWR. That's not good. That is not good that you drop speed as you're going up. But it does function. It does function. We're using every little drop of weight that we have. And does that help us with Delta V? No. There's no meaningful change to do it like that. None whatsoever. Do that. For me in that situation, a gummy either fixes everything or burns it all to the ground. I still try it every time. A what? A gummy. You've just, however, candy. Just reminded me that I do have this Himalayan salt candy, which is a product of Malaysia. Is it backwards on the screen? It's probably backwards. I might have flipped the screen. But I've got this Himalayan salt candy, and this would be a good time to go ahead and pop one. The sodium blast, helps a little. At least in theory, we shall see. But yeah, the mainsail does seem to be the engine for this task.
Yeah, let's drink until our hearts stop.
I can have some water. Interesting thing with this candy, it delivers so much salt with it. After you've sucked it, and it's completely gone, the next time that you take a drink, the water will get into the salt that's been absorbed into sort of the roof, the flesh of your mouth, and expand, and it causes a pretty serious pain, but it's kind of it's a pain that you actually, that I kind of like. It's not that bad, it's like, it's a couple degrees short of an ice cream headache, I suppose. But it's such a unique experience that I kind of like it. I have learned to expect it and demand it. Let's look up what it takes to return from the moon. Delta V, KSP, Delta V needed to return from Mun in KSP. From Mun orbit. I always say moon too. I don't know why suddenly I said Mun. When you're typing it, see. When was this? This was 2014. I don't know if things have changed. Let's not trust something that's that goddamn old. 2023. See that? 300 Delta V to get from orbit back to Kerbal. That's what I thought. That's what I was saying earlier, that I think it only takes 300 Delta V to get from moon orbit back to atmosphere on Kerbal. And at least one of these things agrees.
Cheer 1000 Merry Christmas. Can we still say that?
No, the holiday police. Oh, it looks like my buddy Brandon just hit 900 elo in chess. I presume on chess.com, that's the only place where they check Elo. He's actually part of a little chess group, too. One Mock, thank you so much for a 1,000-bit cheer. That is a significant cheer. Can we still say Merry Christmas? I'm sorry, you are now legally required to say Happy Holidays or just Merry Kwanzaa. Those are the only two that are acceptable. we don't acknowledge Hanukkah at all, by the way. But we all know that Christmas has just been added to the list. Now Hanukkah and Christmas just not mentioned. Don't mention it. Not in December. Thank you for the cheer. One Mock. Moon orbit to Kerbal, 275 meters per second. I was right. I remembered rightly. This is multiple people in this thread saying 300, 275 from orbit of the moon. We should be able to get back with 300, which means to me, actually, let's look at some of these other numbers, because if we just take out the 1650 here, 3800 to LKO, that is drastically overestimated. You can do it with like 3200. 850 to a lunar flyby. I mean, we've got the Delta V map. We looked at it earlier. 300 to 30-kilometer moon orbit. I mean, it's about 1100, so 8 and 3. Yeah, it's actually about 1200 because it's like 1180 according to the Delta V map. So that is right. 1150 is a fair estimate there. So we're saying 3400 to LKO, which is also, no, you don't need all that. But we'll say 3400, and then we'll say 1200 to the moon. And so we're up to 4600. And then 300 to come back. We've got 5100. Wait, that doesn't seem right. That does not seem right. Why didn't that come up on screen? Hang on. Get rid of you, and then open this. Why is image glass not capturing? Okay. So once more, 3412. That's 4600 and then a 300 return. This ship is enough. We got 5100 Delta V. We have extra. We have 200 meters per second extra Delta V, and we're rounding up here. 3400 is rounding up. 1200 is rounding up. 300 might even be rounding up. I think this ship makes it. I think this ship has the Delta V to get there. The most worrying thing about it would be the 0.36 TWR. Going to be a very long burn, very long burns, but it should be fine. You're going to the moon. By that point, we're already in orbit of Kerbal. Yeah. We need some struts. And we can either do the 3 and connect them to each other, or we can do it, correctly. We can do it the way I'm going to do it, which is with snap, like this, you to there, and that connects all of those so that they won't wobble on the way up. Might want to throw a strut or two under here, considering, Couple of things considered. Not all things considered, but a couple. 1 or 2 things considered. Where the hell is it? There it is. I'm thinking just 1 strut for each. So from you to there, I guess. Grab you and tap you with something that'll make it look right. Grab another one. One or two things considered, neither of which is the thing that will bone the mission. That's the one that we just don't need to focus on, those certain things. Some things you just can't take back now. That's a song by my buddy Greg Aubrey, by my former band member. By the way, in the music I played earlier, in case you don't know, I was the drummer. I was the drummer in Dead Letters. I also play guitar and piano and sing and pan flute, and I do a masturbation show in Vegas. There's a couple of... We've gone overweight with that, with the addition of this strut. We're overweight thanks to a single strut. Yeah. I could remove this one. This, I feel like, is a much stabler... Is it, though? Like this, and then... That's to there. No, this is stable as hell, actually. We don't need this one. We don't need this, because this is on a... It looks bad because there's no, you know, truss structure here, but if I just turn the truss structure on, look at that. That's very, very stable. That's rock solid. We don't have to worry about that one. This one down here, it's on an 18 instead of a 2.5, and I don't know. It's worth throwing one on, I feel like. Jermacian says you can launch at Woomerang. I gotta imagine 140-ton massive sumbitch like this going up from Woomerang. We're barely allowed to... Oh, what? I'm sorry? We were fine on weight until I added that one strut that I just took away, and now we have to take both of them away? Bro, you fucking bullshit game. Am I crazy? This was not orange when I put that one in. I've been watching it out of the corner of my eye while I put it in. Am I crazy? Did it go orange when I put this one in the first place? This game don't know how to add, we have established. Save. I think this is okay. Is there an antenna, says Kenneth One? There is. In fact, we used it to counterbalance a little weight imbalance in the design. If I get in here and show off this guy. So this is, you know, sleep storage for up to three Kerbals. It's pomegranate. So that's where you can sleep. And then, you know, you work in the lab. And down here, we've got our docking bay and all that kind of stuff. And because this inflatable airlock is 0.1 tons, and this emptied fuel fuselage is 0.025, and then this is 0.025, I think, and then this is 0.05, and then this is 0.005. It all adds up to counterbalance the weight of this, even though it's sort of distributed across, like the center of all that would be kind of like here or something like that. That's how we handled that. So this is our antenna. There she blows. Is there anything else I need to action group now? Actually, what about science, buddy? Fuck. Yeah, fuck. What about science, my friend, Mr. 139.965 tons? Don't you want to, grab some science on the way up and stuff? Don't you want to be able to put some data into this thing? Fuck. Yeah, fuck. If I, like, just kind of attach it all up here. So there's a thermometer and barometer. I think it would be better like that, actually. Attach it to the, what are you? Are you SAS? You are SAS. Seismic, you can't read in space, neither atmospheric. Magnetometer boom, though, however, is a thing you could read. How much do these things weigh? Can I have one of you? I can't. One of you goes over, and so... Magnetometer also goes over. Yeah, kind of fucked for science. We can do a thermometer and a barometer. Give yourself advice. What? An advice to upgrade the pad. You're good for it. Oh. I could... Can I afford that? I don't know if you can afford that at 280,000. Because we'd be going up to the final pad right there, the tier 3. I'm pretty sure that costs more than $250,000. We've come so close to the fact that we're just right on the verge of being able to launch all this. No, what we do is we take the monoprop out of here. There's no monoprop out of here? In here? You don't store monoprop in these things? Yeah, wheel authority. These things always had like 5 monoprop in them. The Mark II doesn't have what the Mark I comes with by default? Am I crazy? If there's no monoprop to siphon out, then yeah, we're a little bit fucked, I guess. We've got more liquid fuel than we need, actually. So, wait. Force present? Ablator! We don't need all this ablator. We're just coming back from the moon. We can go down to 200, and that gets me a lot of weight back. Yes, yes, yes. And then what do you actually weigh? 0.05 tons? I think I can get more science on here now. Yes. Yes. Let's just spin that so that that little part is sticking up. That gets me all of the science that I could reasonably, you know, even want to bring. I could actually even fit this on somehow if I could, but I don't, yeah, no. That's all the science. Behavior. If you're planning on this being an actual station, why not send up science modules in a second launch? I don't... You wouldn't do that. Look at how I made it work. I took a little ablator away, and I put this stuff up there, and, you know... It should have its own basic science equipment. It's a science lab, you know? Well, you're gonna build a science... What the fuck just happened there? You're gonna build a science lab, and... Where did it go? Wait. What? If I... Control Z a couple of times... You gonna build a science lab and then not put any microscopes in it? Come on! Come on! Let's action group these. Did I put anything on 1? I did not. Good. So... We should be able to reset all of these experiments using this, so long as there's a scientist in there, right? So, observe mystery goo, log temperature, it should become reusable because it's attached to this thing. Run magnetometer report, and log pressure data. It's now on 1, and then on 2... I should have the ability to collect all. Right? Suck up all the research to you. Good. And then on 8 and 9 we have extend solar panel, toggle our antennas. On 0 we have the deploy the airlock. Okay. Moon Station Archimedes Mark 1. Might just be in its final form right now. This might be maximum power. Vegeta might be... There's no where to go from here, you know. Cell, however. So SRBs fire, and then we drop all the SRBs. We switch over to the mainsail. When we make orbit, and we're a little bit on our way to the moon even. We should try and launch at the right time for. I don't know when the right time to launch is. I just get lucky sometimes, and it works out. But we drop the lower fairing and all of the lifter stage and switch over to the 2 top engines right here. And then when we go to the moon, we park at the moon, orbited the moon, we're done with the moon. Our 2 other Kerbals are heading home. And, oh god, are all 3 of their fat asses going to fit in the pad without going over 140 tons? It's fine, we can always take off a little bit more ablator. I'm sure they'll appreciate that. When we're leaving, we blow off the upper fairing, and we detach from up here. Just make sure that that's the correct thing. So it should be this one. Yeah, that one, and we blow the fairing. And then finally, when we're re-entering atmosphere at home, we drop that, exposing the fairing, and then we've got our parachute. The staging is correct. The TWR, quadruple checking here. At sea level, we've got a TWR of 1.3 on the SRBs. Then from 7 kilometers up, we're at 1.6. Very reasonable number to continue our speed without jumping, forward, and without, toppling in the wind, hopefully. And then when we get to vacuum, the upper stage has a TWR of 0.37. The delta V numbers are again 800 plus 2800, so 3600 in the lifter stage, and then in our transfer stage to the moon, we've got another 1500, almost 1600, and so that 3600 plus the 1500 puts us at 5100, which is about 200-300 meters per second delta V more than we need to complete the mission going to the moon and returning. So all that remains is whether or not we can actually fly this damn thing. Also, when I put y'all's fat asses up in here, we only need 1 pilot. Phil Bear, Mr. Vetnadal. I think Mr. Vetnadal gets to go here, gets to be our pilot. You pop into the command pod. Yeah, the command pod. And then we need an engineer, and I'd like to get a new engineer for us. Let's just make sure that the weight is okay. The weight is okay. 139.963. I love that it's that tight, in fact. That's really cool. I'd like to hire a new engineer and name them after somebody in chat. One Mock just gifted 1,000 bits, so, that comes to mind. I think maybe One Mock could get a seat in the program here. Jermacian gave 700 bits in the last live stream, and I barely it was such a good, cheer, and it was the lyrics to this old anime thing, and I was immediately looking up the anime and the Wikipedia, and I barely acknowledged the 700-bit cheer. Thank you, Jermacian, from last live stream. Let's see if we can't. Are we saved? We're saved. I'm saved. Have you saved? Let's save. Let's step out and see if there's any engineers on the market. Hugh Murphy has low stupidity and high courage. That's very good in an engineer. We want intelligence. Although Mario Schmid, kind of the perfect blend of courage and stupidity, right? I would say you'd want that blend of courage and stupidity for a pilot, not so much an engineer. An engineer actually needs to know what the fuck they're doing. Low courage and low stupidity from Trevor Taylor. That might be ideal. We don't want our engineer being too, adventurous. Wow, look at Hugh Brown down here. Hugh Murphy and Hugh Brown. Look at Hugh Brown down here. Incredibly intelligent scientist. Very, very intelligent scientist there. Julia Schmid is like the perfect balance there. I think Trevor Taylor, low stupidity, middling courage. I think that's our man. Yeah. Welcome to the program, Trevor. How much does it cost me? $70,000 to hire. Welcome to the program, Trevor. We are now at our maximum amount of Kerbals that we can hire without upgrading the facility, in fact. And you won't be able to perform an EVA unless I upgrade the facility as well. I will want you to do EVAs. You can only disembark on Kerbin. I think we need to spend the $75,000 right now, considering we're going to the moon with the science lab, and I'd like them to pop out and grab some science data at various stops. I think that's, you know, low over Kerbin, high over Kerbin, high over the moon, low over the moon. I think that's a reasonable thing to do. I think $75,000 is a good amount of money to invest in it. We should still be able to afford to launch it. I'm doing it. I've upgraded the astronaut complex. So now I can have a maximum of 12 Kerbals. We would like to rename the Kerbal to someone, and I think one mock this live stream 1,000 bits, just to let one mock know that you can still say Merry Christmas. It is allowed. Unfortunately, we can't do it from this menu. I have to actually, like, go to a scene somewhere in the game in order to get access to the Kerbal crew manager or whatever it is. So, where are we going? What's the most interesting place we could go? Golf cart Mark 6 at the desert airfield. We've also got a tank out here, Cowboy Bebop. There's nobody out at Woomerang anymore, huh? I guess not. Alright, let's pop out to the tank and we'll use that as a way. Is restore science experiments bound to an action group? I've got collect on 2. I should put restore on 3. Yeah. Good call, Kenneth. Here's a tank that I designed. In case you haven't seen it, it fires. It has a rotating turret. It has a night vision camera. We're just out here to use it in order to access Crew Manifest so that I can go to the crew roster, I can go to Trevor Taylor, and I can turn Trevor Taylor into one mock. One mock 668. Don't change your courage or your stupidity. Don't change any of your characteristics. Apply. Wonderful. Yes, we could create Kerbals for free, but that wouldn't be in the spirit of the way that we're playing the game. So, thank you. Crew roster goes away. Crew manifest goes away. We head back to the tracking station. We head back to the Space Center. We'll put restore science experiments on an action group, and then the only question is, do you think this thing is going to fly? I think the SRB stage is going to be fine. I think it's so long and so heavy that I think we press through the atmosphere okay on the mainsail. I presume the mainsail has, you know, gimbal. Look at that, it's a massive thing. But if the mainsail can gimbal, you know, we don't have any SAS. We got the tiny little SAS. For something this big, it might as well not be there, is what I would think. That's from loading it out on the pad. The real one is down here, Moon Station Archimedes Mark 1. You know, I would be a little bit worried about the gimbal. So tell me that the mainsail gimbals. It has a vectoring range of 2 degrees. So it gimbals somewhat. That'll be, you know, between that and this SAS unit right there, that small inline reaction wheel. That's basically all we got. We have reaction wheels in here though too, don't we? Control? Yeah. How much reaction wheels do we have in that actually? What's the power? What's the authority? 5. So 5 plus whatever comes in the littlest guy there. Is it another 5? It might be another 5. We've got enough reaction wheels to do something, maybe in Atmo a little bit. It might want fins. We're not putting fins. We can't afford to. We have to fly it like this. The weight we're pushing. So we went to the action group, and the last little thing that we were going to do was on custom 3. Collect all, stop research, start, toggle converter, CurbNet access, toggle lights. It looks like another oversight in Kerbal Space Program because we know that there is the option on this thing to right-click and restore all experiments. And it's just not here. It's just not there. Because why would Kerbal Space Program be in any way consistent? Possibly because it needs a scientist in it, I don't know. Crew? Bill Kerman, get out of there. Phil Bear, you are not coming. It was Mr. Vet Nadal who's going to fly the thing. And then One Mock is our engineer, and he can probably help out in the command pod. Brent Geary, our scientist, will be riding in the lab. Yeah, on the way up. Does restore need to be assigned to each science module? No. No, there's definitely not like a restore option on the science kit themselves, as I recall it. We're to go to 3. Observe, reset, but reset isn't restore. It's dump it, right? Yeah, no, I recall, like, I know from the speed run that we right-click this guy and we say restore all shit, and it restores it. Alright? Yes, I'm quite certain of that. I think this is ready to launch. It only took us 4 hours to build. No kidding. No kidding. We just turned 4 hours on this live stream, which means this would be an incredible place, a very good place for our final live stream break before we actually try to fly it and see if it just, you know, doesn't go up at all, or if it does. My main concern, the SRBs will be fine. I think we've got enough SAS to just tilt it over a little bit the way that you want to do while you're rising up. That'll be fine. My main concern will be we drop the SRBs, we're on the liquid fuel. Is it going to, you know, be okay? And I think because it's so long, the longer the craft is, and it's so heavy, but the longer the craft is, the more stable it is in atmosphere. You know, the idea of getting something like that's this huge to just topple and rip itself apart, in KSP, I feel like that just doesn't happen with something that's this long. So I guess maybe the main concern is less whether or not it will be stable, whether it will be flyable on the way up. Especially considering we've got the best probe, you know, that can just follow its prograde once we get to a certain point. It'll be whether or not it's stable enough with these little gaps in its structure where we don't even have the weight left over after everything we've put together here. We're down to 139.963 tons out of 140 tons. We can't afford so much as to put a single strut onto the craft. Can't do it. Can't do it. Pushes us over. I could get some on by just reducing our ablator a little bit more. Our ablator is still 200, coming back from the moon. You could get away with 180, 160, maybe even 140. It depends on how you hit the atmosphere, kind of a thing. But you could get away with, you know, less, and we could add them. I don't think we'll need them. I think we're going to be structurally sound here. This would be the weakest point, if anything. You know what? I really want this to work first try. I really do. This is solid. Don't worry about that at all. But because I really want this to work first try, I'm going to reduce our ablator to 150. Can I change that to like 180? And still save a little bit there. Because I only need a touch of weight for down here. This is the only place that I feel like, yeah, that could probably be stabilized. And just one is all I want. And now I think that that's just as stable as it could possibly ever need or want to be. Hit it with a snap. And I think we're good. Just checked the wiki. The MPL, Mobile Processing Lab, only needs one scientist. We're only sending one scientist. Let's see, Mickey said, I was talking with someone who said they work with rocket ships the other day. I didn't know that they don't drop a bunch of their thrusters after getting into orbit anymore, and then can often land themselves too. The lifter stuff is actually like self-piloting and returns and that sort of a thing, like SpaceX style. I don't know what the state of that is outside of SpaceX. I remember being very interested in I think it was the group who had that failed launch where the rocket actually ended up with 1.0 TWR. One of its engines failed, and it ended up just being, and it was just kind of like laterally translating, but it wasn't going up at all for the longest time, and then it finally burned enough fuel and started to make height. I was very interested in that. I thought that was a brilliant way to fail. If you're gonna fail like that and prove how incredibly good your systems are, that the remaining engines were able to maintain, attitude with 1.0 TWR stably and continue to get a good liftoff. That failure proved that they had a lot of good stuff going on, and more so, I believe that their idea was exactly the opposite of reusable shit. It was disposable. It was making stuff, making your rocket out of parts that are throwaway. Wasn't that the idea of that particular space agency? And it's not, but in an intelligent, not just the old school, 60s NASA kind of way of, we built it, but we're just going to splash it down in the ocean because we have to, in an intelligent way where it's this stuff is disposable because it's cheap to replace. It's cheaper to replace it than it is to recover it, refurbish it, make sure that it's safe to use again and use again. I thought that was a very intelligent way to go. And also, it was not, this is important, that space agency, not run by a racist. So that was, like a ketamine-fueled fucking anti-Semite psycho. Not run by one of those. So that was impressive to me. Your CEO doesn't do Special K on a regular basis and isn't on Twitter, shouting about the Jews. Oh, well, this is an interesting. Tell me more. SpaceX did a lot of work to improve reusability for spaceflight. I forget who this guy said he worked for. I live in Florida, says Mickey. Yeah, SpaceX is all about that reusable rocketry stuff. And so I was actually super interested in the disposability of the rockets from, I don't know who they were, but the ones that had that failed launch, and it was just sitting there at 1.0 TWR. It's pretty cool. Pretty cool. It's time for a live stream break. Before we try and launch this thing, we have tweaked it to the nines. We have paid attention to every little detail. We have thought of everything, and everything is going to go perfectly, flawlessly when we come back from this live stream break. Obviously, what else would happen? You know, it's gonna go just great. Meet me back here in 7 minutes. In the meanwhile, listen to this cover that I did of They Might Be Giants' song "I'm Impressed," and we will find out together whether or not YouTube catches what song it is and tries to claim it on me. I don't think that they do. I think they miss out on this one the same way they miss out on Brazil. Meet me back here in 7 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Pawn not out.
I'm impressed. When that gorilla beats his chest for the bits, I confess, I admit, I'm impressed. When the torpedo in the vest barks his orders, I'm impressed. And I find that my head's nodding yes, though my legs are not following. I'm inspired by events to remember the exits in back of me. I'm impressed. When that gorilla bounds his desk for the bits, I confess, I admit, I'm impressed. To Generalissimo's request, I can't help but feel impressed. On the one hand, he'll give you 5 good reasons to follow him. On the other hand, you see nobody leaving the stadium. I'm impressed by that Godzilla's flaming breath for the bits. I confess, I admit, I'm impressed. When the tornado from the west crushes buildings, I'm impressed. And I find that my head's nodding yes, though my legs are not following. I'm inspired by events to remember the exits in back of me. I'm impressed. When that gorilla beats his chest for the bits, I confess, I admit, I'm impressed. When the torpedo in the vest barks his orders, I'm impressed.
Jazz Club. Really flying the music. Okay. You went to the screening of Pull My Daisy? Did you enjoy it? Yeah. Yeah, I love that. That movie is great. That's the second time I saw it. David Amram talking about it. It's really, I love that movie.
Well, you were inside. You know that. I know it's probably that thing. They were turning people away. And then
Okay. Thank you. Alright, people are letting me sneak through.
And welcome back to twitch.tv and youtube.com/RonanPawn live stream on twitch.tv and youtube.com/RonanPawn. We're Kerbling today, as seen here. We're Kerbling, and actually I need to change this mission. This mission's been sitting here all day. Scan sat to the moon for visual and resource mapping. We already did that mission. That mission's done. Our next mission, the mission that is before us now, is it's a little science outpost. It's a orbital science station around the moon. So deliver orbital science station to the moon. That's more or less that's what we're doing, huh? And we've just taken the first 4 hours of this live stream building this craft, which I'm sure seems rather simple. There's a lot of details going on in here and under here, and a lot of considerations. We are on the verge of not being able to launch the craft due to its mass, which is 139.993 tons out of 140 tons, but we have managed to pack all 3 Kerbals into it. We'll be sending Brent Geary, 1 Mach 668, and Mr. Vettendal to the moon, well, to orbit of the moon, and Brent Geary will be just staying there for a while. I do intend to relieve him, to bring him home. My idea is long-term. Okay, first we put it up there, we do some science there. When we finally bring like a lander mission to the moon, we stop, on the way home, or we stop at some point off at this place, and we, leave somebody to replace Brent Gear. You can't just, have somebody up at the moon, like on a space station all alone for all that time. In fact, maybe what we do on that lander mission is we leave a couple of Kerbals, or maybe Brent Geary stays there, but we deliver somebody else to keep him company or something, I don't know, but that's my long-term idea. I think we've done everything that we can possibly do here. I think we've thought of everything that we can possibly think of. It's time to put it on the pad and see what happens. So, once more, everybody is in place, and we've got the right people. Yeah, and we've got the right staging and stuff, probably, maybe. We should. I've checked it 900 times. I'm not going to check it again. Put it on the pad. Hopefully. Break time is over. Time to break the rocket. I think we've thought of... I think all of the pieces are connected and moving. Thank you for the follow, Wolf Demon. Yeah, that's a rocket. That is a, that's the biggest one that we've put on the pad so far. Somebody take a screenshot of that. Yeah. Oh, look at one mock is gonna get a trucker's tan. You see this? You see this down here? You're gonna be, by the time we get to the moon, you're gonna have that just one side of your face. Just that driving side of your face. In fact, let's have a look on the inside here and see what the situation is. Why are we getting... Yeah, this is one mock on this side. I don't know where the sun is coming from that it's hitting him in just that way. But it is. Look at that. And, we'll say he's driving. Looks like he's driving. He's the pilot. Brent Geary, I didn't realize you were a pretty lady. I forgot. Okay. We are ready to go. But before we go, so don't play any liftoff stuff yet. Before we go, we should try and take science, right? In fact, like, if I get the mobile processing lab up, and I get our resources forward... Don't tell me there was a network error. You've been fine the whole friggin' time. Don't tell me that Twitch is dropping now. Anybody having problems with Twitch? On Twitch's end right now? I'm refreshing. Well, don't even start with me. With the starting, don't even. I have no dropped frames. And yet, Twitch. What is your problem? My stream preview for Twitch is... It took a shit. And then I tried to refresh it, and it's still taking a shit. Okay, it's with us. We've got start research, we've got all that stuff. What we want to do is... in fact, maybe I tuck you here. And it's a little bit covered by the mission log.
When it comes to people's safety, money, it really wins out every time.
What am I doing? I'm just gonna hit the one button. Hit one, and then we've got all of these observations, all this mystery goo being gooed. I'm concerned that the mystery goo... I'm concerned. Boy, am I concerned. That we won't be able to, like, recover after we do this. Let me go to another one, and let's say, put that in the thing, put that in the thing, and... there's not even an option to collect right now, which is bothering me. I've got the collect button on 2. It didn't do anything. Do the scientists have to be upgraded in order to be able to do certain things, maybe? Somebody's in the wrong seat? Sorry? One mock's in the wrong seat? I mean, Brent Geary is the scientist, and they're where they need to be. That's what, right? They're in the lab. That's what's important. Scientist needs to be in the lab. They're in the lab. Look. This is the lab. We're in here. No problem. But I'm concerned that we're not getting the options we're supposed to get. Now we have the option to clean experiments. Clean the experiments. Cleaning out mystery goo containment unit. Okay. Okay, I think this is working then. I think this is working the way that it's supposed to. Alright. Alright, terrified as I am to launch this thing, SAS on, throttle to full. And Houston, could you give us a countdown?
Do you really need me?
I don't know, I'm waiting to see myself. I'm not entirely sure. They like to do it, you know, for you, Houston, so I...
Yeah, I haven't worked it all out. Here it is. Great.
Why am I
See you
doing
later.
this? It's a plane takeoff. There's no countdown necessary.
Oh, good to see I'm still needed. In 3, 2, 1, fire!
Remember, the Force will be with you, always.
Wow, that is a liftoff. That is a liftoff. And I'm pulling to the east immediately. And getting a little bit of response from the SAS. Look at that column of smoke. We're spinning also, though. I'm going to try and cancel the spin. Okay. And I think I'm going to tell you to follow your prograde at this point, if you can. Okay, going through the cloud layer. That's pretty. Solid fuel, about to be out. Throttle to full. Full to throttle. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay. Follow your prograde. Follow your prograde. It found its prograde. Wow, we actually almost managed to tilt that thing over. We're now going way too fast. Way too early. I'm going to actually throttle down a little bit. We need to drop down the ball, but we're so low in the atmosphere, and after what just happened, I'm terrified. I'm throttling down even more. I don't want to throttle down much more. Like, we need this... Why are we pulling off to not the equator here? When did that happen? Who decided that was going to be a good thing? 29 kilometers on the apoapsis. We need this delta V. This is the weirdest looking launch I've ever seen. I'm pulling us down. Okay, go now. Go now. Full. And burn it down. And this is not at all what we want to be happening, but the more that I fight it, the more it's just it's a waste of delta V. The moon's pretty easy to hit in terms of its sphere of influence, so I'm just going with it. I'm going with what we've got here. Yeah. I'm trying to get us down on the horizon as much as I can. Keep us burning as long as we can. Pull us a little bit off, you know, toward the equator, but what are we gonna do? 61 kilometers on the apoapsis and still rise it. 62, 63. 64, and we're at 50. 67. 68. 69. 70. I'm gonna let us get to probably maybe 80. And 80 kilometers shutting down the engines. Try and follow prograde if you can with SAS. It's a lot to ask. Yeah, we missed the equator slightly. I don't know how we missed it that friggin' much, man. Had only reaction wheels for control authority during the solid stage, of course. Maybe when this fails, fire the liquid rocket at low thrust for added control. Ah, no, that's just a waste of Delta V. I mean, we expected that. I'm very surprised. It's the length of the craft, I think. It's got to be the length of the vessel that did it to us. It created so much body lift that it yanked us off of, you know, anything that we could have wanted. I'm getting flat, I guess. Usually you stay the other way, but look at how we are here. We're going up to 80 on the apoapsis, and then we'll burn for circularization, which is, yeah, not looking great. Where's the moon? Could have left at a different time, too. Set you as my target. Yeah, if we would have left a little earlier, which is impossible. Can't. Even if we have 5 back, then we might have been able to just keep burning. I mean, even now we could probably just keep burning, but... Get up to this apoaps. Idaho asked, did I shave my head? I recently cleaned up everything. Also, you know, I was a monk for a very long time, so of course we shave our heads. What do you... Apoap's coming up in how much? 30-some seconds, huh? I'm not satisfied with what I'm seeing in terms of, like, how much Delta V it's taken to get us here. And also, obviously, I don't love that we've got a 30-degree inclination on our orbit. I'm going to start burning softly now. And then more. Just try and hold that app out in front of us. The abscess is rising.
You are but one.
Okay. Coming back on the throttle now. Try and let that app, I don't want it to run away from us too much. A little bit back on it even more. Bertie Martin, thank you for the follow.
Is this the real life? Is this just fantasy?
And we are out in this stage. To finish orbit. She had to switch to the other stage here. And we now have an orbit. We now have, you know, an 80 and 72. We're not gonna fall out of the sky or anything. But I'm not super happy that we just barely made it to LKO. We now have ahead of us a 1200 meter per second transfer to the moon. Well, it's to the moon is the like 800 and something, but the total operation from here to the moon to grab orbit is about 1200 meters per second, which we will have then 325 meters per second to get home. It is precisely what we need, and no more. We are flirting with the edge, and the fact that we're off on this weird-ass axis ain't gonna help nothing. Ain't gonna help nothing, my friend. How's KSP going, says Bertie Martin. Ain't gonna help nothing, Bertie Martin. We came up very oddly in a giant ship that took forever, and, you know, I wanna keep trying to run the mission as long as we can possibly try and keep running the mission. Let's get some science while we're up here. So, temperature scans and stuff like that, science we've had before, but we're dumping it into the lab, and we're taking it to the moon to research, and so, what's that worth? I don't know. Probably nothing. Clean our experiments out, now that we've put them into the lab. Clean out on the unit is complete. Maybe turn some lights on. Our probe core should be, I did set it to, you know, warp correctly. So, what's my best bet here? Like, I'm gonna actually add a maneuver node for this, because we're at such a wonk. Give me 10 meters per second every time I click.
Everything is cool when you're part of a team.
Is it? See how we do here. Yeah, wow. You gotta do real bad to miss the moon's SOI. We just came up in a weird way. I can't believe it was that far off, and I didn't want to touch it because it had gone so wild on us on the SRB stage, so I just went with it, and here we are. I'll leave a little late or a little earlier. What are you seeing? Oh, I just still need some more prograde here in the first place. Yeah, still need quite a bit more prograde. There's your 800 meters per second for the transfer out. 860. And then take me to the moon. Let's see how we're coming in. And give me my node again. Where's my node? What have you done with my node? How do I get a hold of it? You just click here, here. If I click there, I feel like something bad happens. Where's how do I get back to my goddamn maneuver node? Maneuver node. Maneuver node. No. No. See, now you're warping to it. That's not... I was trying to set it up still. How does Kerbal Space Program intend for you to interact with its systems? Just quick, just real quick, out of curiosity. How the fuck do they think I'm supposed to actually? You're supposed to do this and get a weird fucking zoom and then turn back around. That's the intended mechanic, is it? Great question, says Bertie Martin, exactly. Hi, bro, says, who's this? Ben Phil. Ben Phil Satan. Ben Phil Satan? How you, Ben Phil? I, Ben Phil Satan. I don't know. There's something there. There's some humor that could be made, I'm pretty sure. How am I gonna, what do I do with this? What do I even do with this? I'm not here to go polar. We already got a polar. Equatorial, friend. What am I supposed to be doing? There you go. There you go. I'm saving it. I'm saving it. Look at me saving it. We'll be fine. How's the periapsis, by the way? Like, I'm more concerned with hitting the equator at the peri. Yeah, add a little bit more prograde. Keeps us close. This is like somewhere around here. Seems good. And then we can add just a little bit more prograde to get a little bit closer, kind of a thing. This looks viable right here, baby. This is, even though we came up at like a 30-degree angle off of the equator, we're getting to the moon in 865 meters per second, and we'll be equatorial when we get there. And then we, set up another node and we burn in a certain way so as to twist it as we capture it. This is still on. I think this mission is still on. How does KSB intend for you to interact with their systems? They expect you to go to their website and enter your credit card data. Beyond that, anything beyond that is bonus content. Idaho says, how do I get more consistent win on level 9-7? There must be a consistent strat. There is not a consistent strat for Cluster Trucks 9-7. It is called the Widowmaker. The only consistent strat, well, any percent, you know, you can do a paused, or no, you do a portable truck boost. It actually is a paused portable truck boost that you throw between the trucks or at the one. In fact, recently, Mr. Glainer discovered or claims to have discovered, I haven't investigated it myself, but claims to have found like a better sort of a setup that at least was working better for him, where you actually throw the truck in the lava next to the truck that's in the lava, and that one seems to give him the big kick that you need to get to the end more frequently. But there's a couple of different places you can throw it there for that kind of a completion of it. I've also found you can do a pause boost there. You can't, or where you run into the windshield. On an unrelated note, I need a new mouse and keyboard. I did not smash them on the desk. I definitely did not do that. I definitely don't have a hole in my wall over there from where I, in frustration, slammed my camera tripod into the wall due to cluster truck fucking me over in my speed run. Definitely not. Would never do something like that. Be childish, foolish, really. This is perfect. Let's go to this node and let's execute this node. F5. And take me... How long is it going to... It's a 3-minute burn time on this. Wow. Because of these engines. Okay. Yeah. So 3 minutes means I need a minute and a half. It's 3.5 minutes, so I need a minute 45 each side. So... Yeah. Yeah? Yeah. I'm just slowly but surely making my way over. Well, I cannot read the lime green on white that the designers of this game chose to go with. Legibility not being a priority. Hit. There we go. A minute 45 each side is what I need. Let's stop at about 2.5. And we can't just target our target. I have to push us there. Okay, that looks like about where we need to be. And we start our burn at 1:45. I have to have us nosed up like this in order to be able to read the damn thing. F5. Okay, here we go. 150, 149. Let's start the burn a little early. Go. We have begun the burn for the mun. We have begun our burn. Let's just not lose the target as it attempts to drift from us. Give me here. Let's see what's happening.
Cheer 500 making your way through KSP today. Takes everything you got. Wouldn't you like to know a place where everyone knows your name?
I don't know. The CIA already has files. I don't need that kind of attention drawn to me. Thank you, Jermation. 500-bit cheer. You guys are making me less impoverished. Thank you. How about some cluster truck to pass the time while we coast to the maneuver node?
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name.
Frequently, you just need to go where they don't. Just need to hide your identity There we go. Good. I'm staying with it. I'm following that target. Got my eyes on that target. I want to burn this target as perfectly as I possibly can, because it just looks so good. It's like we're nailing it. I'm trying to stay with it. Stay in the dead balls center of it the entire burn. We're through the first half of the burn, by the way. We're on to the other side of it. Make a little adjustment. Adjustment made. Nice slow burn like this means that you can do it exactly and perfectly correct. I don't know if that's the case, but I'm gonna say that anyway. Oh god, we're gonna hit one of our satellites on the way past. Son of a bitch! Every time I'm in space, I run into something else I put into space. Just boom. There's just not enough, you know, space up here. It's very small space. 220 meters per second of a burn left to go. Might be time to refocus the moon. So we can see it coming out over there still. Dead balls in the middle of that target there. Holding it very good. 130, 120 meters per second of burn remaining. I'm gonna slow it down for the very end, of course. 80. 60. 40. 30. 20. 10. 3. Pretty fucking perfect. Except for the death that's impending. We're fine. That's good. That's pretty okay. We could back that off a little bit. It'll be fine. It'll be okay. I think we could back that off a little bit, actually. Let's go to the retrograde. And just pull that back up a little. But that was pretty goddamn good execution of that maneuver node. You can drop it for me now.
On my wayward son. There'll be peace when you are done.
I'm F5ing. I mean, 30 is a good number. I would love to know which direction I need to burn in order to, like, try and lift it as I go. If it was below, it was above. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know on the ball. And I don't have enough room to really experiment with it. We make such, like, a tiny little adjustment makes such a huge correction here. Huge adjustment. I don't know, let me, if I burn down, I feel like I would want to burn above. Let me try just a little touch. Little nothing. Little... I don't know. Didn't really seem to do anything. 40K is a pretty good number. I want to be low over the moon, though. What did we find out last time was low over the moon? What qualifies as low over the moon? I feel like it was 25. I feel like it was closer than this. Do we have to be... I think we might need to be at like 20K. I might have been perfect before I did anything, is what I'm saying. 15 kilometers seems good? No. We want to say... I mean, it would be fine. Go even lower. See, by going lower, I actually am pulling it up. Even more, please. Stop! Fucking goddamn it! Everybody fucking on the live stream heard me hit both of them. Piece of No. No. I got it. I got it. Don't worry about it. You fucking prick. I was trying to hit 20k and it just kept burning. Fuck. Where the hell is retrograde? I said I'd find it, I can't find it. I wanted to stay high of it was the point. I wanted to be like up here. And I'm pretty sure this will help pull it still. No, that's doing the opposite of what I want. I think. Let's burn low. Sweet chariot. Coming for to carry me home. There we go. Right, we're done. F5. It's close enough. And then honestly, like when we get here, what's the difference between there and there? No, we will circularize. Actually, we should correct this inclination on the way in. Can we? Boy, I feel like let's just go ahead and make the maneuver here as though we were gonna do it here. And there's our capture. And we'll burn it down to 20 on the other side. You go close enough. But importantly, we need to become equatorial. This won't do it. This isn't the ascending descending node. I'm just wondering how much more it's going to cost me to make this equatorial. We would need to, you know, we do it up here kind of a thing.
Cheer 100 lower the thrust on the engine for finer control.
Yeah, I really shouldn't have to fucking do that for this kind of a maneuver. That was a bunch of bullshit. That Shift X, and it's like, X? What? Sorry? Who? Am I a video game? Do your inputs, are those important? Is it cause, you want control over me? Ha 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 ha! Welcome to Kerbal. I was made by morons. But thank you for the suggestion, but Jesus, fuck this game. I'm concerned about how much it's going to cost me to correct this once we get there. And it's not really like I can correct it on our way in any way that I can imagine, because, I mean, look at how wild our entrance is. What am I going to do about that? I guess I can try. I guess I can try with, like, creating a maneuver node up here. Okay? Usually halfway between, you know, the moon and Kerbal is a good place to do inclination shiznit. How I would burn at such a wonk, and what I could possibly do. Something like this. And then that puts our maneuver node at a place where we can be in one burn making this inclination adjustment. Puts us at, you know, makes our burn an ascending descending kind of a thing. And so then my interest is in how much did that cost me. Like, that's 1.6, sure, but that's not what I'm interested in now. How do I go to the next maneuver node after that and see how much that one's going to cost me? And I guess I can just drop this one which burns however. I mean, what I want to know is the cost. I can figure that out again in no time. So drop this. 322 meters per second. And we've got 642. So we'll be left with 320, which should be able to leave the moon. We are so close to this is why I'm doing all this, you know, making all these maneuver notes and checking. We are so close to this not working. So very close. Go ahead and add that maneuver node back in. Figure out how it is that we just want to raise it to be in line here with this you know, beam of light that's passing through the moon there. Is it that way? It is. And so that raises our maneuver node up so that it is very much equatorial. And then the app and the parry that get made might need to be adjusted a touch. On that one. Well, let's start. See, I can't drop this one. There we go. I was right-clicking on it before, but that time it worked. Let me keep adjusting this one then, because the periapsis needs to come up a little bit more. Now that I can see it clearly. So there's our parry, and that looks pretty damn good. It could be slightly lower. But we know what we need to do, we know where the burn is, we know what target we need. Does your moon orbit really need to be equatorial? Yes, it does. I mean, yes, it does. Let's head back out. Let's F5 one more time. And where are we now? We are fairly high above... I've lost Kerbal. Yeah, it's down there. So we should be able to take more data. So hitting 1. Cannot perform experiment when part is shielded. Oh. Well, we just gotta live with that. I'm not dropping the shield. Mystery goo observation worth 95 if we throw it in the can. Good. Worth 110 for atmospheric pressure scan. Worth 75. Brilliant. We're actually getting something now. Let's clean the experiments back out. So what it was telling me there was that I've got a boom. Is it, yeah, magnetometer boom? And it's saying that I can't deploy it because the fairing's on. But this fairing is the structure for the ship. We didn't give it any additional structure, so I'm not going to cheat. It just can't be used until we get to the moon. And that's fine by me. However, what we do want to do that I haven't been doing is we want to send somebody out. We want to send somebody out to get, you know, EVAs and stuff like that. So, can we go ahead and open this airlock? F5. Okay, the inflatable airlock has inflatably inflated. I don't think I can control where these guys exit from specifically. We would like to send Brent Geary, who is our scientist, out. Let me see if I can't transfer crew Brent Geary to here. Brent Geary moved to the inflatable airlock. Alright. Brent Geary, get ready to EVA. You do have your helmet on, don't you, Brent Geary? You do, I presume. Brent? Brent Geary? Are you in there, Brent? I'm gonna click EVA, and you're not just gonna combust in space. Okay, good. Brent is now outside, our scientist, and they're going to take both an EVA report and a surface sample from space. Thank you for the EVA report, Brent. You can now reboard. Let me out of here. And then we will transfer crew. Transfer you back into this guy. And then we will close the airlock. Cool. I've actually got that on a button, I remember. I've got 0, right? 0 opens and closes. Brilliant. Now we need to review. Is it up here, maybe? Can take a crew report and pop that in. I need to be able to review the data that Brent Geary brought. Oh, maybe just by re-entering he put it in? Maybe? I don't know. F5. Mr. Vetnadol says, me, yes, you are here. You are piloting this mission to the moon, and you've done a horrible job, Mr. Vetnadol. Look at this. Look at the way that you left Kerbal. Huh? Equatorial, son. Equatorial. Look at the 30 degrees off. That's not acceptable. Can't be doing that. Let's go to this maneuver node and burn it. Okay. Now, what does the node look like? Where is our target? It's below. It's this way. On the ball. Let's see what I can come up with here. Oh, I might also want to transmit your science in addition to processing. I'm going to process it all. Okay, this is our burn. And now we need 3.1 meters per second in delta V. I need to be monitoring, because we're trying to lift our periapsis up to match this brilliant yellow line here. Which wouldn't hurt anything for it to be equatorial when I did this. Okay, in 3, 2, 1, burn. Boy, it doesn't look like it's doing what it says it was gonna do, which is raise that. Okay, now it's doing it. Now I'm believing. I'm a believer. I couldn't leave her if I tried. And I have. That looks pretty equatorial to me. Straight cut across, maybe a little bit higher, get a perfect match on our burn. Maybe even a little bit more. Maybe even a little bit more. Maybe we burn past a touch. Okay. That's good. That is in line. So now we need our final maneuver, which will be here. And we will first pull off the acceleration. We will first decelerate and capture the moon. Aiming for a 20-kilometer high circular orbit. I've gone past it a touch. Have I, though? Is that... Raise you back up. Wait. Where we're coming in at the moon now is 30. Okay, we'll correct it on the other side of things, that's fine. And then, at the same time, we want to be correcting this. It looks like it's only going to cost us maybe 10 extra delta V. Maybe 15. We said it would be around 320, I believe. And then that 320 minus what we have leaves another 320 to get home. Okay, it's 330 off of our 640, which leaves 310 to get home. Again, pretty sure that's okay. Boy, oh boy, do I hope that's okay. That looks very, very equatorial, if you're seeing what I'm seeing there. This is the line right here. And boy, that's looking good. Put all the lines in the galaxy on the same line. It's looking pretty okay, anyway. A lot better than the way we're coming in. Alright. F5. When we get there, it will be a minute-long burn. Alright. Let's manually warp this one in. Let's see. I blame Houston, says Mr. Vetnadal, and kind of says Houston did mistake this for a plane launch, so maybe. Go ahead and say goodbye to Kerbal. And say hello to the why do you not switch to orbital when we're clearly orbital? Okay, Kerbal's back there. I should be coming in like above the moon, thanks to Mr. Vetnadal's piloting and not my own. That big lag makes me think maybe we entered the moon's sphere of influence. Ah! There she is. There she blows. Yes, we just crossed the SOI there. Beautiful. Let's take some science here. So, yeah, everybody's real happy right now. Let's take some science. 1. Temperature scan in space high over the moon. We're dumping it into the lab. Dumping it into the lab. And dumping it into the lab. Okay. And now we want more. We want crew report. Dump it into the lab. The lab can fill up. How are we doing on that, by the way? 189 out of 750? Yeah, no. We ain't filling up here. And then one more time I want to send Brent Geary out to do the science like we did before, and I like the process of having to inflate and then transfer crew. Transfer Brent Geary to the pod here, to the inflatable. And Geary's now in the inflatable, and now we EVA. And then you take an EVA report from the moon, which is currently worth 8 mits of data, apparently. Reboard. And let me out of here. And then we look at the data is 189 before I transfer. Now we transfer you back in. And it's still 189. I don't know. I don't know how to access that that data for some reason. Looks like the station takes Viagra. Okay. Yeah, we're going to now go to our final burn here. F5ing. Okay, slow it down as you come in. And where's that node? Okay, node in 2 minutes. We need 52. We need 30. 32 seconds either side of it. The burping and the neurological issues. We've made this connection already, haven't we? So, 32 seconds either side in order to complete the burn. Let's, by the way, you know, just enjoy the fact, like, have a look out the window. Enjoy what we're seeing here. Might even drop that while we're here. Find our burn point. Okay. F5. 32 seconds either side of the burn. We'll start a little bit early. Not too much. 36, and go. Getting the burn. Looking good so far. About to capture the moon. Moon is now captured. 150 meters per second of burn remaining, halfway through. Making sure we don't lose the target or anything. Slowing the burn. Maintaining the target, slowing the burn. Slowing the burn, maintaining the target. Slowing the burn, maintaining the target. Okay, very, very subtle burn at this point. Very little left. Following the target. Not gonna lose it. We did not lose the target. And look at that. Not perfectly equatorial yet, but almost. We are down to 307 meters per second of delta V remaining, but we've got weight to drop. We've got weight to drop. Yeah. This is still looking good, I think. I want it to be perfectly equatorial. It's gonna be 1 meter per second left to fix this, I would imagine. So, yeah. Why don't I have an ascending or a descending node? That's what I would be asking here. Welcome to the moon, gentlemen. Oh, we need to lower this again. What are we? We're in space near the moon at 30K. Okay. Let's pack this data in. Let's grab a... crew report. Let's deploy the dog penis out. Excellent. Let's transfer our scientist into the dog penis. And then work. Grab yourself an EVA report. Okay, reboard. Me out. Transfer back to the science lab. Retract dog penis. Excellent. You're saying the data's in the airlock? Ah, yes, good. Review stored data. This is what I wanted. Put this in the lab, put this in the lab, put this in the lab. Good, it's all in the lab now. F5 from here, I think we're good. We still have the weight of this to lose. And we're dropping all of that, too. So, yeah. I think we're okay. And we do need to wrap this thing up, don't we? Apoapsis is still out at 44, though. That's not the height that I wanted. I think we go around and we correct. What do I have to do to get an ascending and descending node here? Because I'm pretty sure I had already selected the moon as my target. But I have no AN or DN. Maybe that's because we need more transmission strength. So I can deploy this. There we go. Back in contact. Still no ascending or descending node. Oh, God. No ascending or descending node because they only pop up when you have a target orbit to match. Really? You don't get an AN or DN just for a planet when you've got that as your target to let you know what your inclination is? So then I would use advanced orbital info to see that my inclination is 1.4 degrees, but where I'm supposed to make the adjustment on that... You're running into the bad design issues, says Kenneth. Ah. Who would have... Wow. There are bad design issues here? What? What? Who? What? Slim Shady? I think I'm gonna raise this to 40. And then that one to 40 as well. I think that's my plan. Let's head on over to the Apoaps and do a maneuver that doesn't require us. That doesn't require a node. Not that any of them required a node, but the electric charge is pretty helpful here. I'm gonna go for 40-40. Target your polar satellite and just make your inclination 90. Hey! That could work, huh? Find your prograde. Shit. And then periapsis, raise to 40. Yeah. There you go. 40.5 is particularly good, in fact. Okay, still 300 meters per second in delta V remaining. Now we head over to the periapsis, raise that up. Lower the apoapsis, and I think try and finalize this inclination adjustment probably at the periapsis. The periapsis looks like it's an okay place for this. I don't fucking know. Let's try that idea Kenneth had. Set you as the target. And then so your ascending and descending node just happens. I mean, it's... The issue being that the descending node, the ascending node... We're just where they happen to align, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that's where our AN, DN would be for it, right? We've got our orbital inclination. We've got that information. Actually isn't a good method, yeah. It's okay. I think... we'll just go to a very subtle mode here, and we will burn this down. What am I... I'm seeing the real one, but not the product? What's going on here? Give me an adjustment that makes sense. Okay, I see you jumping sides. There we go. It's the 33 that I'm looking for. And so we drop you to 40.5, or thereabouts, 40.4, 40.5. That's good. And then the idea is to also adjust our inclination at that time, which... I can't really tell. I can't see much. What's going on? I think this is the side where we need to be doing it. I think we need to do our inclination adjustment more or less over here. You see how it's high there and low there? I think this might actually be not a bad place to consider our descending node, our ascending and descending node, just between the two of them. That might be okay. So then I don't need this at all. But we can see the high and the low like that. That's the opposite direction. It'll be a normal burn. And that. A little bit more. Right about there is perfect from that angle, and then we look at it from another angle. It's certainly a massive improvement. It costs us 13.4 meters per second in order to get that improvement, which makes it rather dangerous. We are getting to the point where, you know, will we have the Delta V to get back to Kerbal is a question that needs to be asked. I'm F5ing, and I think I'm going to make this burn, and the final correcting burns, I'm not going to F5 again from here, because we just might be spending the last dregs of fuel that we need in order to get home. We are going to drop a lot of weight, so I think we're okay. But I only think that. I'm not certain. We saw numbers saying as little as 280 meters per second of Delta V will get you back to Kerbal. And even when we hit 280 here, we're going to get something back by dropping the weight when we detach and lose our fairing and all that kind of stuff. It might just be 6 or 10 meters per second, but we will get something back. So yeah, let's do this burn. Let's execute it. There's only one chance to get this perfectly right, and it's right now. Well, in truth, we can actually bring out another craft, hook it up, and push it around a little. Why am I... Are you... Oh, you're trying to pull back to your prograde. That's like, why is it fighting me? Okay. Burn time is 2 seconds. When we get there, we're obviously going to do it very, very slow. So we should start maybe with 10 seconds or something like that. Right. Try and put a 20-second burn on either side of it. Or a 10-second burn on either side of it for a total of 20 seconds. That's my idea. It's really hard to tell where I'm targeting in the midst of that cluster of information on the ball right now. I'm going to go. Start burning. Slowly. Perfect. Perfect 0.0 meters second deviation from our intended maneuver. We have 288 meters per second of Delta V remaining. Oh my fucking god. No F5. No F5. Do not F5. Let's not F5. The last thing that I wanted to do was to lower our apoapsis so that we're at a 40.5 kind of a moment here. Is it worth it? Is it worth it trying? Alt F5. Is it worth it? There, now we do have something to go back to. Let's hit the periapsis. On our retrograde, pull it down. Hopefully it costs about 8 meters per second in delta V and leaves us with 280. Find your retrograde again. And I'm gonna burn at T-5. Okay, 40.5, 40.5, and we still have 286 meters per second of delta V. It cost nothing to get that perfect. Okay, we are now where we want to be. Can we get home is the final question here. So, what we need is we need to make sure that everybody's where they're supposed to be. We've come all the way out to the moon. The idea is we're going to leave Brent Geary, our scientist, here in the lab. They've got habitat in here underneath the fairing. And then this is our return craft that's going to get Mr. Vetnadal in 1 Mach back. When I press this button, we are committed to getting home with 286 meters per second of delta V. I will alt F5 again. Moments before disaster. 286. Wait, give me 286M/S home. Yeah. There's a little alt F5 for us. There really is nothing more to do. We just make sure that everybody's in the correct spot, and they are. We go to here, and these two are in the pod on top, the return vessel. Right, up there. If we did a transfer crew, we see that they're both in there, and Brent Geary is in here. Do a transfer crew.
You're all clear, kid. Now let's blow this thing and go home.
Here we go. In 3, 2, 1, detach. It went up and over and kind of. Alright, how do we look? We've got electric charge here. Let's deploy. I gotta check in on the other guys. They have no electric charge. They cannot use their reaction wheels. That's not great. All the electric charge was stored on the other craft. None of it got stored in here. It's not great, but there is a pilot aboard, so we can do it with our engines. We will make it work. We deploy our electric. We've got our comms already deployed. What we haven't done this entire way up is one of these. We have not done a magnetometer report. Now we're going to do the only one that we really get to do. And it's worth 845 science. It's 169 data, however, so it will fit in the lab. And there we go. And we can clean our experiments, just in case we ever get to use them again. If your engine generates electric, you'll be fine. Yeah, I don't know if those little side guys do or not. But they've got vectoring authority, so we can get a spin as needed. Brent Geary, you're stable here. You are set up. You are okay, you know? If you unbuckle and you move around inside the vessel here, you'll note that there's nowhere for you to go, Brent. There's nowhere for you to go. Go EVA, can you? You can't. The hatch is obstructed. You're unfortunately, the free IVA stuff doesn't really work very, very well, is what we found. However, outside of that, I can transfer you into here. And now, where are you at? What's it look like in here? This is supposed to be sleeping quarters. Where are the bunk beds? Oh, that's neat. I do like that. Where are the bunk beds? I don't see the bunk beds. Alright, let's transfer you back. To there. Incidentally, can we level you up? We recorded Brent Geary's experience, for whatever that's worth. We've got 514 data in the lab. It's time to start your research. Okay. Research has begun. We are now converting data to science. Excellent. We should deploy the dog dick just for the sake of it, right? Dog dick deployed. it looks a little bit cooler with the dog dick out. I like it. I'm so many times I've stopped myself from hitting F5 here. Let's go find our boys. Okay. Which aren't very far away here. We've got now 753 meters per second of delta V. I think we're okay. F5? I don't think we need the electric charge. We've got... I'm not gonna F5, but yeah, we're okay. So, we just need to break orbit, and we might as well do so at the right time, which is on the leading edge. From the leading edge of the moon, on its orbit around Kerbal, we burn prograde in order to break our orbit going on the retrograde of the moon, which is creating speed, opposite from, so it'll decelerate us in reference to Kerbal, is the idea, if I remember how this sort of a thing is done. So, yeah. We're good? We're good. Let's go. We actually had several hundred meters per second of delta V, more than we needed. We are out of contact on the dark side of the moon. Curious to really know how Brent Geary fares on the dark side of the moon. So this is where we want to do our burn. Whether or not he manages to keep his research going overnight, kind of a thing. This is where we want to do it. I might even just add a maneuver node for the T-. We need to find our prograde, which I'm going to have to burn in order to get to it. Ooh. Okay. Okay, this is a little bit interesting here. Trying to... I can do it. Probably. We only have vectoring in a certain direction. I can only vector on one, like, lateral. And that is making this impossible. These engines do not make electricity. And, if I just blast the engine like this, I'm a little concerned. Whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah, see, now I'm a little bit concerned with that. I had a decent vector for a minute. Alright, we have begun the return. I just have to get control of this thing. Okay, I think I can get us stable again if I just give us a little bit of thrust. Okay, pretty good burn. Give us a little bit of thrust. Damn it. Just keep spinning and blast the engines for a burst every time you're near prograde. That's kind of what we're doing here. But I would like to get a little bit of control. We have a return now. We have a return at 42 kilometers. It is a safe return. Let's make it a little less safe. 35 kilometer descent. That's what we're looking for. And we're on our way. Good work, Mr. Vetnadal. Honestly, Mr. Vetnadal, horrible work. The entire mission, you let your electricity go, you came off of Kerbal at a 30-degree inclination. Horrible work this whole time, Mr. Vetnadal. I can't sign off on this kind of malfeasance. We are home with 350 meters per second of delta V remaining. Unless something horrible has happened with Brent Geary, I'm F5ing. We've got some Alt F5s now, too. We're far enough away from him, too, that I can't just transfer back, so there is that. Don't blame me for shady craftsmanship, says Mr. Mr. Vanadol. So you're blaming one Mach, who's the engineer. It's the engineer, and they would be responsible. Certainly not me. I run the program, you know, from atop, looking down on it. I don't. My hands dirty directly. Let's head back to Kerbal, I guess. That's the effects of the temporal anti-aliasing. That's it's not motion blur, it's temporal anti-aliasing. You seem pleased. You seem pleased with yourselves. On your way out of the system here. We went to the moon, and we delivered a scientific research base, and we left the scientists there too. Everybody thought Brent Geary smelled. Something. Let's reduce our warp. Just warp to next maneuver. What do you mean next maneuver? No. No more maneuvers. Get rid of the maneuvers. Warp here. And on the way in, you can watch. Planet snuck right up on you, didn't it? Like it likes to do. Haven't even been in space for more than 5 hours, according to the mission timer. I wonder if that reset when we disconnected or something. Is that true? Is this only 5 hours in the Kerbal universe? Where are we coming down? Where's the KSC? It's there, huh? Well, there's precious little I can do about it now. We do actually have the thrust to, like, try and come down a little bit closer. I'm not messing around with it. This'll be fine. We got lots of Delta V remaining to help us on our descent. No, we don't. We're throwing it all away. F5 from here. And, yeah. We're throwing it away? I'm throwing it away. Goodbye. I said goodbye. SAS has disengaged. Yeah. We're gonna have to rely on the wind to bring us down the correct way, because we have no electric charge. Burn those engines to slow. We've got the descent that we know is going to work. If I slow us more, we actually have a faster descent through the atmosphere, which could be more dangerous. We want to come in at the atmosphere at the angle that we've got, which is 35 kilometers above. That's the angle that we like. Alright, everybody hang on to your butts. They look happy. They haven't hit the atmosphere yet, though, so there is that. Alright, contact with atmosphere in 3, 2, 1, 0. Plasma is now being made. Look at that. Wind immediately grabs us. Try not to notice the flags that don't actually sit completely above the surface. I didn't put that flag on. That's just on the vessel. That is the default stock placement. It's actually the fault of the modders again, isn't it? Because these are replacement models and stuff. Look at this. Oh, and look at that. Off in the distance. I like it. I think we're gonna see some explosions. Oh! We did indeed, but Kerbal was doing this thing. Ah, there we go. Look at the contrail. Look at the smoke. That's pretty damn cool. Okay, can we have free camera now? That's not free camera. Still not free camera. That's free camera. How we doing, by the way? No complaints. A blader. A blader. I left us with, well, I guess you can see it right up there, actually. I left us with 200. It's easier to see if I do that. I gave us 200 for this descent. No, 180 actually is what we brought down. So we've gone through 120 of our ablator. We're at 1900 meters per second. 31 kilometers above the surface of Kerbin. We have 60 ablator remaining. Who needs to watch that when we can see all the pretty? Look at all the pretty. What's the trail behind us look like? Oh, that's pretty nice, huh? What's that? Is that the moon? Or is that our contrail doing something weird? What the hell? That is our contrail. Wow. I don't know if that's what it's called, a contrail in this instance. And we have made it. We have slowed to a speed the ablator is no longer ablating. With 47 left. We started with 180. We could have saved a little bit of weight. And we brought 140 for return from the moon. No. I had the right camera mode. I was trying to go inside and see what you guys can see. Nothing particularly interesting, huh? Okay. What's that? If I didn't know better, I'd say we were coming into Kerbin in the opposite direction. That's the KSC ahead, right there. It's of course most certainly not. Let's 4 times fizz warp. Don't crash now. Maybe don't 4 times fizz. Let's F5. I'm hoping that the airbag module... I'm going to activate pre-landing mode, I guess. We're going to put the parachute out now at 2 kilometers. Parachutes away. And... Hey! That's cool. I like it. So it does seem to have worked on its own. I don't know if I really needed to activate pre-landing mode. But, we're coming down at about 8 meters per second. We got some airbags to help us with this final touchdown, this final splashdown. Let's see what happens. Let's go ahead and jettison the heat shield. You know, I would have thought that the part of the airbag system was specifically to keep us afloat. I would have thought. Let's go ahead and recover this before it gets so low that we can't anymore. When you want a submarine, here you go. You got one. Let's recover that vessel. So, it looks like a successful mission. However, the thing that will make it truly successful is if we head back out to Moon Base Aberdeen, or whatever the hell I named it, and we find out that everything is actually good. We advanced to level 1 on 1 Mach and Mr. Vet Nadal. 4 and 5 experience gained per man. Let's head back out to the moon. Do the airbags pop? Maybe they're meant to be deployed after splash. I think they're more meant to, like, cushion your impact, but the buoy, it just didn't look like it was going to work from the VAB. So maybe I should have put the buoys on it instead. Where are we? Where's Moon Station? Why is debris showing? Debris should not be showing. Moon Station, Archimedes, Mark 1. I don't know why I named it Moon Station Archimedes. I have no idea. I don't know who Archimedes is. He's a guy that I went to high school with. He was a big dick. So, how are we doing out here? Electric charge seems to be okay. We do have SAS on this craft, so we can make adjustments if we wanted to point ourselves more into the sun. Wow, what a view you got from Archimedes here. Where's the sun? It's just above us. It's pretty okay, I'd say. Let's lay ourselves down so that the dog dick is pointed at the moon. Yeah, something like this. In fact, you can just hold prograde like that. Pretty good. That's pretty good. How we doing on science? We have manufactured all of 3 science from the 500 and some data that we brought up with us. Wonderful. I would like to see... This boy's been up here for 2 days now. I would like to see it go all the way around the moon and see, you know, how it handles its electric charge on the dark side. So, we have full electric charge now. And we are in the shadow of the moon with the mobile processing lab running. Do we make it to the other side with 2700? This is supposed to give us 9 minutes worth of charge. We make it to the other side with a 5 EC per second draw, and it's sure looking bad. But maybe, just maybe, at the last second, the sun pops out, and no, because it's pointed over there. So we made it maybe halfway? Yeah, about halfway. We needed like double the electric charge to get through a night without interrupting the research. Which we just don't even have like battery banks that are large enough to really justify that. So, 'tis what it is what I have to say about that matter. 3.333 science. Alright. Alright. See, all seems pretty well with me, to me, for me, on me, upon me, above me, below me, and everywhere else. And you can below me, too, buddy. Below me. It was a successful mission. Let's head back to the station. Mr. Vandendahl says, see, that's why I was going polar. It would have been better if we could have kept him in the sunshine all day long. We already got somebody polar. This needs to be where people on the ground can connect with him. People on the ground on the moon can fly up and connect with him. I'm looking forward to bringing an end to this live stream with all of the sort of burpy neurological stuff that's going on. But before we do, we pay ourselves for the mission. So what kind of mission was this? Oh, God. It was a space station, our first space station. which has a base pay of 50,000 plus a bonus static pay of 100,000. Oh my god, I feel so horrible right now. Crewman required was 3. No physical science return. Sphere of influences. HKO. 3. None of that shit. Actually, kinda that shit. Give me a second, guys. Okay. Changed into a less overheating style shirt, turned my little fan on, took my second round of pills for the evening. I think we can finish this out now. Extra crafts in the group. Do I give myself credit for one? Yes, I do, because fuck it. How much money do we have? 174,536. 174,536. So 420 is where I want to end here with giving myself money. Let's just do it. Do it quickly. Give me my cheats. 100,000. 200,000. What's the number again? 420. Okay. Here we go. $420. It's as close as we can get to what we owe ourselves. And that's a live stream. Is your first space station orbiting the moon not a milestone? Fuck, first space station is kind of a milestone. Shit, alright, 502 is where we end. You're not wrong. 502. Give me that, and then back it off. Nope, back it off. 502. 036. 536. Close enough. Archimedes was the math bloke who said Eureka. Good for him. We've come to the end of this live stream, and boy, do I need it to end in a hurry. That was a successful ass mission. Thank you for joining me on today's stream. Thank you so much for your incredible generosity with all the bits and subs and things that have been coming in lately. Big shouts out to One Mock for the 1,000 bits, for Germasian for, another 500 this stream, number 600 total on top of the 700 from last stream. Thank you all for the support you give me. It's what keeps me in the medication, that keeps me able to do this, and, we're shutting her down. Because, damn, it snuck up on me right there at the end, huh? We will be back this coming Thursday, hopefully at a later time than starting, in the wee hours of the morning as usual.
Cheer 1,200 KSP for the win.
KSP for the win, 1,200 bits. Thank you so much, Jermasian. I am the Ronin Pawn. Feel a little bit like a Muppet right now. Very much out of breath. I hope I'll see you back here this Thursday on either YouTube or twitch.tv/Ronin Pawn at about 6, 7 a.m. Whenever it happens to happen is when it happens. I'll see you then. Pawn out.